I am bringing us back to order. For the record, my name is Julia Mejia. I'm an at-large city councilor. I'm also the chair on the Boston City Council's Committee on Post-Audit, Government Accountability, Transparency, and Accessibility. Today is January 22, 2025, and it is now probably like 12 o'clock at night, and it is 3:35. This hearing is being recorded and is also being live streamed at boston.gov/city-council-tv and broadcast on Xfinity Channel 8, RCN Channel 82, and Files Channel 964. Written comments may be sent to the committee email at ccc.gata@boston.gov and will be made part of the record and available to all counselors. Public testimony will also be taken at the end of this hearing. Individuals, or no, at the beginning of this hearing, because I do things differently, will be called in the order in which they have signed up and will have a minute to testify. If you are interested in testifying in person, please add your name to the sign-up sheet near the entrance at the chamber. And if you're looking to testify virtually, please email Central Staff Liaison, Shane Pack at shane.pack@boston.gov for the link, and your name will be added to the list. Today's hearing is on docket 0176, an order for a hearing on government accountability, transparency, and accessibility on the decision-making protocols in city government. This hearing is one of a series, and y'all should take a look because I have a lot of things that we have to unpack here in the city of Boston. But anyways, this topic today is about White Stadium and Madison Park Voc Tech High School with a focus on community engagement process. Just want to make sure that everybody knows what they're here to talk about today. This matter was sponsored by myself, Councilor Mejia, alongside my colleagues, Councilor Rorell and Councilor Anderson, and was referred to the committee on January 8th, 2025. Today, I am joined by my colleagues in the order of arrival, Councilor Flynn, and my co-sponsor, Councilor Anderson. And we've had a long day, and I am not going to make it any longer. I have a whole bunch of opening remarks, but I'm going to spare you all because we're here to listen to the people. So with that, I am going to begin. I'm going to waive opening remarks from everyone here. And I'm also going to ask Professor Bluestone, right? Come on down. You're the next contestant, and you're going to sit right between those people right there. You came late to the party, but I'm still going to give you a seat at the table. You get an upgrade. You get the upgrade. You sit right there. Everybody make space. Yep, that's your seat right there. That's right. That's right. See, you have gotten an upgrade, okay? That means make some space. Give him some, there you are. There we go. There's enough equity here. There we go. All right. So in the interest of making sure that we lead with community voice, there is someone who joined us virtually, Pamela King, who experienced some technical difficulties, and I'm sure if you're paying attention right now, I'm going to keep my promise and give you the opportunity to kick us off. So Pamela King, if you are in the Zoom, ready to go, we're going to ask you to accept the invitation to be upgraded to a panelist. A little awkward. She's not, oh, look at you, Pamela. I can't believe you called my office and you can't even get in here. Pamela, for the record, we've called your name. Yep, she's here. Oh, she is, okay. And you still only get 2 minutes. Don't even try it. Okay, I don't see her.
Hello, can you?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, hello.
Hello. You can start, Pamela. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, I have white hair, and I would like to have 3 if I could. I'm trying to find my script right here while I was trying to get on the new link. Thank you so much for allowing me. I want to say that much for sure. Hold on, let me get my testimony here. Okay, I'm pulling it up now. Where are we here? Okay, I found it. Okay, thank you so much. I do have white hair. I don't know, I don't sound like it, but I do. And I've been sitting here yesterday till 6:30 and today since 10. So I've been a dutiful citizen and participant.
Well, you're using up all of your time, so.
Okay, hold on a minute. I'm trying to get my.
Well, so
I
you're
didn't
trying to buy
realize
time. Would you want us to come back to you, Miss King?
No. I've got it right here. It's right here. It's right here.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. All right. So hold on. Let me see. It's coming up. Hold on. The one from yesterday. Hold on.
All right, Miss King.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm telling you, it's here. Okay, hold
And
on.
I know you do have white hair, so I'm going to give you 3 minutes, but you're going to have to take these 3 minutes. I'm going to start it right now.
Okay. All right. So here we go. Where are we?
Speak from your heart.
All right. Okay, I'm ready. Hold on. Okay, where are we here? The bidding. Okay. As the radio parody of Dragnet has popularized Detective Friday's statement, "Just the facts, ma'am, just the facts." I want to thank you for the facts that we received today. A couple of key facts I have learned. Number one, the $200 million, that there is $200 million that the state grant will be able to give is the most that we can project getting and possibly having to wait 3 years for help with Madison Park. Yet the mayor and the mayor, with the complicity of the city council, have approved $200 million in the last week for millionaires and a billionaire worth $4.6 billion. To do what? To rush the demolition of White Stadium, which is detrimental to Rosendale stability and the Franklin Park itself and the trees, and also to accelerate the former Bunker Hill public housing project that in phase 1 has destroyed 173 trees and reduced the number of 3 bedrooms and low-income units when the promise was to have mixed unit income in phase 1. And so many of the former tenants at Bunker Hill will not be able to return.
Ms. King, I wanna be really super mindful, and I heard this the speech that you are providing.
No, I have a different ending. Please, let me finish it.
Okay.
Please. Okay.
I just heard this.
Okay, so I'm ready to finish. As one of the administrative representatives said today, that the mayor is committed to renovating Madison Park. I cannot say that the mayor's representative is disingenuous, because some of you may not understand that I'm saying that we are hearing lies, that the mayor is committed to Madison Park. Disingenuous is different than lying. Lying carries a definition, a meaning in lying that is talked about in the Holy Scriptures. And God says he hates it in Proverbs 6:16, Proverbs 12:22, and Revelations 2:8, and 10 more scriptures that I will have in my written testimony. So I say, because the conduct of the mayor, city council, and employees of the mayor is creating a culture of people who are hyper-normalizing, which means that you are allowing the Wu administration to tinkle on your leg and tell you it is raining. Please help the vast majority of the residents to demand the truth and not to vote for moving forward, any elected official who lies, hypernormalizes systemic racism, classism, and communistic behavior on the part of elected officials and their employees. Thank you very much for your patience.
Okay, Miss Pamela King. I'll see you at the next hearing, I'm sure.
Yes, I'm here. I'm staying.
I know how you are. Okay.
Don't skip over me.
We got you. All right, so.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to now move back into the chamber, which is where we have lots of folks that are signed up to speak. And I'm going to be clear and remind everybody again, we're here to speak about the community engagement process for White Stadium and or Madison Park. Okay? Just want to keep reiterating that because sometimes I think y'all forget what topic we're on, so just want to remind everybody. Thank you. So we're going to start off with, and in the order that we see here, Maria Burley, Domingos de Rosa, Joy Chestnut, and Steve Kershabaum. I'm calling you up in those so that you can get yourself ready to go. So first off,
I'm Marcia Burley.
Marcia.
Yes.
Marcia, okay.
Thank you so much
Oh,
for allowing me to speak. I'm going to be very brief. I'm going to not talk about everything that people have before. I just want to say, I don't understand why from the beginning there was an alternative site suggested. We could consider Millennium Park. You know, there's nothing there but grass and hill, so maybe people could consider that if they want to go back to the drawing board. I'm concerned that a mayor would say, we can commit $91 million to this project, but it's off the table if we don't do it with this private investor. What is that about? I'm also concerned because transportation has not been figured out. It's a major issue. I live in Jamaica Plain. My son went to Boston schools, and he played football, was the captain of his football team, but could never have a team play at White Stadium because it was under disrepair so much. And I also want to say, you are the city council. You have been elected by us, the city of Boston. You are responsible for us as elected voters, not for the private sector. We are the ones that you have to be accountable to.
Okay. We had a mic, we could drop it. Boom, right there. Good job. Thank you. All right, so I also want to just acknowledge that we have also been joined by Councilor Weber, Councilor Roel, and Councilor Santana, and Councilor Murphy. Okay. All right. So there was a little running joke in case for those folks who are tuning in for the afternoon sessions, because you might hear it a few times, because people who have white hair, they got a little extra time. That was this morning. That's not going to work in this section because we're not going to be here until 10 o'clock at night. So that means all public testimony is just 2 minutes. Okay? Okay. Great. So I think we have Domingos.
Good afternoon, Domingos de Rosa, 1569 River Street, Hyde Park, Mass. Longtime resident, taxpayer, constituent, very concerned. Class of 96, Madison Park. As you can see, I'm a tradesman. I got a lot to say. I'm going to try to keep it to 2 minutes. 92, Wentworth wanted to take over Madison. We've rebelled. When I say we, the students, we came down to City Hall. We met with Menino. He gave us some direction on how to save the school. And the first thing was enrollment, increasing enrollment, attendance, performance, and so forth. And we were able to pull that together, and my class and other classes were able to move forward. 2025, let's fast forward, boom. We're still back at the same conversations we had in 1990. Madison is the only Voc-Tech high school in Boston. It's number 14 out of 14, if you don't know. There's 14 trade schools in Massachusetts. We are the last. We have no waiting list. We're underserved. And what I mean by that, a school built for 2,500 students, we only down about 900. We have a city ordinance called the Job Residency Policy that requires 51% of all working hours in the trades, public or private, to be manned by a Bostonian. 40% black and brown, 30% women. We do not meet those quotas. We have 7 people on the panel that goes ahead and make sure that these permits are upholding that ordinance. All the students at Madison deserves a middle-class lifestyle. 80% of the middle class are tradesmen, no college degree. I walk onto a job site, every single license plate says New Hampshire, Connecticut, Rhode Island. I ask for a blueprint of what's going on as far as who's hired and who's on the staff, and the guys tell me I got laid off 6 weeks ago. Once the permit was given, we were let go. 9 out of 10 black guys that work in the union and women are there for 3 to 4 weeks, and then they're gone. I've heard at one meeting we can't find enough black and brown to fulfill those quarters. Well, Madison Park, underserved. $200 million is not enough. We just spend 120 outside on the playground for the police officer to get a concussion. So we go back to Franklin Park and White Stadium. The city has the money. We don't want the same thing to happen to White Stadium or Madison or Franklin Park that's happened to Carter's Playground. The South End, kids from Lenox, the Jazz Festival that I used to love to go to no longer exists because the city failed us, not once, not twice, decades. People from that community stopped the highway from going through Roxbury. Those same people still breathe. And we continue to come to this council demanding that our voices are heard. Again, 2025, there's an election. 26, there's going to be an election. And we who live here are going to start speaking our truth at the ballots. And I'm not saying that to have anybody feel like they're on ice, but at the end of the day, when you made those promises to us as constituents, things that were put in place before I was born is what's taking away from us as a city. I hear you, but again, people are frustrated.
I know.
People are tired of hearing what we're not doing versus what we're going to do.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I appreciate it. Listen, you know what I said earlier today, the hardest thing to do is to facilitate these public hearings, because these public hearings, the way the format works, wasn't really set up to hear the public. Like, we have to really understand that we have to change the way we do business inside this chamber if we're really serious about the constructs right now that we're having to operate under, because it's 2 minutes that people get to testify. They've been waiting all day. And, you know, going back to somebody else's point earlier, some of these, you know, we're having hearings during the day when people are working, right? And so you all have to carry the brunt of uplifting those voices, right? Everything has to change if we're really serious about meeting the moment, and I'm holding myself accountable to that too. This is a big topic. We have a lot to discuss here today, and I'm going to ask you all to just continue to have a little bit of grace for the process and know that it's not because we don't want to hear what you have to say. It's just that so many people have things to say, and I want to make sure that everybody can be heard. So just know that it's not out of disrespect. I am incredibly grateful for everyone and their time here today. So I just want you to know that we just have to keep on keeping on, okay? All right. So, and the best way you can help me do that is when I have called your name, that you lined up ready to go. And Domingos, while we wait for Joy to come down, I was watching your live with Jahida, and you said something really important, that the only thing that changes are the people who are in positions of power, but the same issues we keep talking about. And I hear you, and I see you, and I appreciate you for always showing up the way that you do. Joy, you got 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Joy Chestnut, and I live on Lamartine Street. And my husband, I'm here in my grief because my husband died yesterday at 10:25 a.m. And this means so much to me that I come here today because I don't want to add the grief, the loss of all those trees added to my grief, and the loss of the parks. Park's beauty to the corporate greed. My husband didn't get his medicine because of the privatization of hospitals, and now you're putting privatization into our parks. We have to stop that somewhere. And I'm worried about the emergency vehicles. My husband was sick for 10 years, and he fell down many times, and the fire department came to pick him up. And if he has trouble getting the vehicles coming down Lamartine Street, and I've had it's taken me 1 hour to get from Jackson Square to Green Street in traffic, an hour, and now they're going to add that to on rush hour. Now they're going to add it to weekends, and then there's the parking. If I want to have a memorial service on Saturday at my house, I have to get I have to have a block party, and is that going to happen? Are they going to give me a block party to block traffic on when the stadium is operating? And you only can get, I've heard they only can get one parking permit, and this, so that's it. It's not. Yeah, please don't bend to the corporations. We got to stop them somewhere, please.
We're sorry for your loss, Joy. And nothing that I can say can ease your pain, but you know that it's felt. Okay. We're going to move on to Steve, and followed by Kaliga, and then Melissa.
You can go, Bobby. I spoke in the earlier session, and so I had all that I wanted to say on that. I can speak for days.
No, we're not letting that happen, no. We're not going to speak for days. You already spoke, so thank you very much. We appreciate it. Okay. Kaliga? Oh, you're not Kaliga. Yes, she's Kaliga. Oh, you're Melissa. Okay. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Sorry.
Okay.
That's kind of hard to follow.
It is.
What a brave woman Joy is. I think I could do that. The only thing that I want to say that's different from what other people are going to say is, and I'm not playing partisan politics right now, but the reason why we have a felon in the White House is because of disinformation. And the reason why many things are going on in Boston right now, it's not misinformation that we're having. Even Mr. Irish said the Boston Public Schools own White Stadium. That is not only misinformation, it's called disinformation because the D is for deliberate. The reason why this has come about, White Stadium has come about, is because the public was either kept from vital information. This was presented in a bunch of community meetings, and I was at most of them, usually on Zoom. It was a done deal when it was presented to us. Where are the alternatives? Finally, the Emerald Necklace Conservancy has come up with a viable alternative, but before they were fencing off White Stadium and they brought in trucks because they're about to take down an iconic building and fell old growth trees and take away green space. We should have had input because it was presented to us as the only way to fix White Stadium, and it is not. It is disinformation, and I never thought that Mayor Wu, who I campaigned for, would ever use these type of techniques, which are fascist techniques. Disinformation, the D is for deliberate manipulation of people. That's what it is. And the people who are on the other side, and some of them are my friends, realize that you've been manipulated because you never got the full story. Thank you.
Wow. And that was on 2 minutes. Everyone needs to model that behavior. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to Christine Acevedo, Elliot, Sarah again? Yes. Oh. I got you. I also want to acknowledge that we also have been joined by Councillor Fitzgerald. All right, so just so that everybody gets lined up, Christine, Elliot, and Sarah.
Hi. Excuse me. Hi, thank you for having this hearing. I appreciate for the city councilors that are here. My name is Christine Acevedo. I'm a Dorchester resident, and I'm an environmentalist. I'm as well an avid soccer fan, and have been for many years. I've traveled to various cities and states to follow the U.S. women's soccer team. But as I went to those meetings that were held on Zoom, what I learned from my fellow community members was that this was not what the community needed. This is not necessarily just about soccer. As obviously there's been plenty of testimony that people have stated, there's more to it. And I am 100% opposed to White Stadium. I am absolutely appalled that Mayor Wu pushed this through so quickly. Those meetings basically ended, and then the next day, it was already a done deal. And as somebody said before, it was a done deal while those meetings were happening. It's unfortunate that this is happening so fast that the fencing has already gone up. Pre-demolition is already starting as of last week, yet the hearing is happening this week. So it's kind of backwards. This should have happened months ago. The people that are here are obviously very dedicated to the fact that we want to protect the trees, we want to protect our community. The fact that we said no to the Olympics coming to this city, it was for a reason. We do not need the amount of lavish type of stadium that's here. And as has been once again previously noted, there are alternatives that were not thought about and not presented by the city or the developers. Considering that we live in a heat island, all those trees that are going to get essentially killed and removed, we're going to not be available to be able to utilize the oxygen that those trees actually provide the marginalized communities that it surrounds. And I appreciate you having this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. We're going to move on to Elliot. Is ready to go.
Hello, my name's Elliot Laffer. I live in Back Bay, obviously not directly around the park, but I'm somebody who's spent a lot of time over the last almost half century working on public process for development projects and other issues around the city. And public process hasn't happened here. Public meetings have maybe happened, at which people are told what's going to happen and given 35 seconds to say yes or no, but not process. A real public process brings a group together and tries to find consensus. A real public process involves the people and doesn't come with a proposed solution. A real public process builds support. A lack of public process builds a situation where people feel that they have to spend hours on a day when, I can't say they'd rather be outside, but I suspect they'd rather be home, to explain why this isn't what they want. And the lack of process is outrageous. It shouldn't happen on this project. It shouldn't happen in the Back Bay. It shouldn't happen in Dorchester. It shouldn't happen in Roxbury. It shouldn't happen in Jamaica Plain. It shouldn't happen in any neighborhood. And if it is allowed to happen in one, then it can happen in any neighborhood, and everyone should remember that. You wanted a hearing about process. There hasn't been process, and that's what the hearing should say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Elliot. I think you, and I'm going to use your 27 seconds left to just say I think that you made a really good point. I think we have an opportunity to even do an audit on we're here to audit this specific process that we've gone through, but I think that overall, in general, even the civic associations, the zoning, decisions that get made, I think that we have to really do a better job at making sure that we're not just saying we hear you, but if you hear us, then why are you acting as in a position of what we have been asking for? So the process is flawed, and I acknowledge that, and I'm hoping that this exercise can teach us differently. So thank you. Thank you for always showing up too. You go to everything. Okay. Let's go on to Sarah.
I'm here already.
Oh, you are ready.
Thank you for giving us the order ahead of time. Hi, everyone. Sarah Freeman, JP. I'll try to be fast. In terms of engagement, I try to follow the news pretty closely and city communications. And as someone said earlier, this was announced as a done deal. That, guess what, women's soccer coming to Franklin Park. without alternative locations, without alternatives for White Stadium. When there was a survey, people kept asking, why isn't there a third option? It was, as someone said earlier, take it this way or not at all. And of course, people want it renovated, but there are many ways to achieve that. And I feel like it's a lost opportunity, maybe not lost yet, hopefully we'll have that opportunity to really talk about it. And especially when the state is developing environmental justice guidelines and strategy and policy, that in an EJ neighborhood there should be more engagement, not less. I feel like my view was totally, I went to every public meeting I could. I did my homework. I read the 300-plus page supplemental filing, wrote detailed comments. The BPDA voted before the comments were even posted online. That's not a way to inspire people to do that kind of research and try to get a better project out of it. There is an alternative plan. Maybe it's the right answer. Maybe we need yet another alternative. But the alternative avoids the tree removal, displacing football, displacing tennis. It deserves a close look. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And you, I think there has not been one meeting that I have not seen you. You are everywhere. You're always showing up to everything and across the city about every issue that we are tackling. So we really do appreciate you and your presence. We're going to move on to Kevin. Okay, Kevin. And then Beth, just to line everybody up, Marie Allen, then Patrick O'Donnell, Alex Wilston, Bridget, and Gracie, just so that you all know the line of the order. Okay.
Thank you, councilors, for this hearing. My name is Kevin Bott. I live at 63 Peter Parley, which is about 5 houses downhill from Walnut Avenue. I'm a member of the Parkside Neighborhood Association, and we've hosted a number of meetings, including with Councillor Weber at a private home at the very entrance of White Stadium. I'm also a board member of the Franklin Park Coalition, and I hope you give me just a little bit of grace, not for my white hair, but because I have a slightly different voice to bring to this hearing. There has been an exhaustive process of community engagement. It has been exhausting. Not only today has it been exhausting. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody has had their voices heard and their position has prevailed. That doesn't happen in a democratic process. As unfortunately we know in the last election, not even if you participate doesn't mean your position prevails. At the Franklin Park Coalition, we did a survey to try to find what the community, to gauge the pulse of the community. I agree that there was not a perfect survey done, but we at least back last February tried to find out and found out after 10 days, more than 700 people responding, 30% more were in favor of this proposal, 20% were against it, and there were a lot of in-between concerns. We compiled that report, took it to the city with a whole number of concerns. The city has positively addressed 80% of those. And there's still a transportation plan to be worried about. But that's what we found out at the Franklin Park Coalition Board. We also met exceedingly many times at the Parkside Neighborhood Association. You don't have to just go to a formal commission hearing to be heard. You can invite people into your home. And the last meeting we had Boston Police Department folks there, Boston Parks Department folks there, Boston Planning folks there. The mayor's office was there, and we had a great dialogue back and forth. And this is only maybe the fifth or sixth time that we've had that dialogue, such that people like Dottie Fennell, who live right across the street, we've had noise, litter, lighting, traffic, parking issues positively addressed. I want to say that because it's not the community engagement process that is the problem. The problem is the community is divided. There are people against this proposal for various reasons, and I respect them for having those reasons. I feel conflicted myself. But it is not the engagement process that's the problem. It is the nature of community conflict, with people taking different positions, and ultimately decisions have to be made. I'd hate to see this process go on for another 2 years, and I wish the ENC had brought back their alternative proposal a year ago, before this proposal had all its permits and before we were ready to go with the demolition. We could have had that conversation a year ago, but we didn't, unfortunately. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I gave you extra time, just for the record. Y'all can review the tape. I did. Going back to the way we do business here, 2 minutes, okay? And I'll definitely have some questions for the administration in regards to some things that you said that I need to better understand. All right, so we have Beth. There we go. Yeah, Beth is ready.
Yes. Okay, well, I want to just go back and reiterate something that Elliot had said previously. We've had a lot of meetings. We've not had a lot of process. Well, we did have a lot of process. We spent 2 years or more on the Franklin Park Action Plan, where there was real input and people got together in meetings and really had input and talked about and met in groups and talked about what they wanted to see in the park, changes that would be beneficial, and people from all of the community. And that Mayor Wu announced with great fanfare. And then I think what was it, like, they had a big ceremony in the park, and then like maybe a month later or something, we had this white stadium plan dumped on us with no plan B, to quote Mayor Wu. And now that, and I also would like to address, that what Kevin just said about, ENC wishing they had come up with this plan sooner. It was the job of the city to present alternatives, not the job of the Emerald Necklace Conservancy. And the city did not do their job. They presented one plan and one plan only. And we asked about alternatives and were told, there is none, take this or you will get nothing. So, and the meetings themselves, the amount of meetings, I remember last January, there was meetings that were coming every week, sometimes multiple ones in a week, so that no one could even process the information that was coming out. And then when, there was a vote, I think by the Parks Commission, to not pass everything, instead of having it brought up again at the next meeting, which would be 3 to 4 weeks, those meetings were pushed up. So everything's been extremely rushed. People have not had opportunity to weigh in, or if they have, it's requiring a lot of work. You have to go to this website, read this stuff, because everything presented was okay, I'll just finish. At every meeting I attended, all the presentations until very recently were tiny, and you couldn't read them. So you had to go and then do additional work. So it put a lot of burden on the citizens who were even trying to get involved. And so that's been my opinion of this faulty process.
Thank you, Beth. And you've been here all day, so I got Snickers for you if you want one. And pizza too. There is pizza, cold pizza, but there's pizza. All right, so Marie? Absent. Not here, we're gonna keep it moving. Patrick O'Donnell, Alex Winston, Bridget, and Gracie. Just wanted to let you know who is in the order so that you can prepare.
Okay, Patrick O'Donnell again. As far as the community involvement in this, I was one that had been looking at White Stadium since 1919, and to see the proposal come out almost complete without any community discussion was a surprise to me. I blame some of it on the COVID situation where all of a sudden we went Zoom, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not a Zoom baby, whether you can see it or not, you know. But I think that it's a real problem. And I think that the city should realize it's a real problem, that there was not community input, there was not a very sensible program of reuse of the White Stadium. And you know, there's this thing, when you're on the wrong track, every stop is the wrong stop. And that's where we are right now. We're heading down a real bad thing, and there's no bridge at that river coming up. And my feeling is that in 5 or 10 years, should this proceed, as I wrote to Adrian Walker and many people earlier when this thing came up, we're going to be sitting around saying, how the hell did we ever let this happen? Because you're going to be looking at each other and say, I didn't know that, I didn't know that. We need a complete reprogramming of White Stadium, its primary purpose, its ownership, its use, and how the students use it, because that is a student facility. And we should use the funds available and the talent available for people to get together and put in their 2 cents worth. This is a schoolboys stadium, not a beer garden, not a concert venue. It was put together for the city of Boston, for the schoolboys. And that's where it has to go back to. So sometimes you're going to have to admit that you were wrong, promptly, and go ahead and make adjustments. The world will not stop if we don't have a soccer team in 2026, believe me. Because the way things are with that location, they won't have a soccer team in 2028 either. Thank you.
And right on time. Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to Alex, Bridget, and then Gracie. Alex?
Hi, my name is Alex Winston. I'm a 56-year resident in Boston. And when I think of White Stadium, I think of it as a community location, a place for the people that live in Roxbury to go to and use. It's in their backyard. And when I heard about the proposal, the first thing I thought about were the boys and girls that live in Roxbury. And how I would feel, how I would feel if I was them, and I also feel for the students in the Boston public school system. And I feel like the city of Boston hasn't done its justice for White Stadium. Like I ran track there 40 years ago for Boston Latin Academy in the late 80s. And I don't think a dime has been put into that facility in the past 40 years. If I went back there today, it probably looked the same as it looked 40 years ago. And I think that's something that we should think about. As far as having a female soccer team come into my backyard, probably that went to some of the best high schools in the country, probably that got some of the scholarships to some of the best colleges in the country, to come and all of a sudden we're going to invest $100 million to build a stadium for them to play in, where the kids that live in Roxbury didn't have that for the past 40 years. I think our money would be better invested for the people that live in Roxbury to be able to use White Stadium, fix it up, give them some respect. In the city of Boston, the Boston Public Schools, the students that go to school should have a nice place to go to play football games and to run track. The high school students that get dressed up, it's a very exciting time for them to play football. And if they go in and the locker rooms are not in good shape, we should invest in the students, just like I think Councilor Murphy said. We have to invest in the students in our city. And I think that investing in a soccer team, a female soccer team, is not a good investment in the girls and boys that live in Roxbury and the boys and girls that go to Boston Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so we have Bridget, followed by Gracie, and then we're going to begin with our community panel.
Hi, I'm Birgit Hartier, and I live in JP on Glen Road. I've been there for about 30 years. And I just want to say, I think this project has been shoved down our throats. As Wu said, there is no plan B. There's been very little community input, no transparency. And The stadium should be for the kids. As he just said, for 40 years, the city has done nothing. And now they want to spend $100 million of our taxpayers' money, tear down 150 old growth trees, and I'm sick and tired of being told, oh, they're going to plant more. It's going to take years and years for a tree to get to that size, okay? What we need now is to save our green space, not take away more. And I lived on that street for 30 years, and I can tell you the traffic is already horrendous. The other thing, the traffic issue has not been adequately addressed. Okay, people coming are not going to be jumping on the orange line and taking shuttle buses from the suburbs. They're just not. Okay, and the traffic and the parking is already a big problem in that neighborhood. And I also don't have confidence in the city. They redid the pathway at the Glen Road entrance, closed off the park for 7 months, okay? Public couldn't enter at Glen Road there. Month after month went by, nothing was done. Finally, they redid it, and then about a month later, a few weeks later, oops, nope, we did it incorrectly. They had to tear it down and redo it, and now it's worse than ever with the runoff. So I don't even have confidence in the city. So I say, no, it should not be a private soccer stadium. It should be renovated. I think the Emerald Conservancy's plan is a great plan to look at, and I think a sign of a great leader is to listen to your constituents, okay? You listen and you don't just say, there's no plan B. Wu needs to listen.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so Gracie. Gracie? Hey, Gracie.
Hello.
2 minutes.
Hello, Boston.
Hello.
My name is Miss Grace, and I am from Boston, and I'm here to protect the children. We must protect the children. The children comes before everyone, even the trees. They are our trees. And our black youth, they are our trees. And all these years that the city has failed to invest in the black community around Blue Hill Avenue, the historical disinvestment in our community. And Jamaica Plain, you didn't say anything. You haven't said anything all these years that crumbling structure was happening. This is for our youth. We're in a new era. We're in a world where sports, our youth are finally going to be paid to be athletes. We're in a new century. Y'all had your day. You were the hippies, the wildflower people. You did all that. This is the future for our youth. And I can't understand why all this controversy. Yes, you owe the black community $91 million. While your communities were being invested in all these years, for 66 years, there was no investment from this city. When the black community moved into Roxbury, Dorchester, and Mattapan, you failed to invest not one penny in the black community. This is reparations for us. Our youth deserve it. You can go to Franklin Park in the morning on Saturdays. Jamaica Plain has 5K walks. They're bike riding. You're not the only ones that should be able to enjoy the city. Our youth are locked in their homes, afraid to walk the street, afraid to get shot in the face like my son was. Our black males can't walk in the street. We have not been able to go to the TD Garden. We couldn't afford it. You didn't care that all the games was just participated by the white citizens of this city. You didn't care at all. You don't care that on the streets you're bike riding. But when our youth buy the little motorcycles you're selling to them, then you want to lock them up? No. We want our fair share of this city. We deserve it. Put that $90 million because 60,000 black people have left this city. Every time a child gets 4 years old, they're leaving the city. This is going to be a gray-haired city. There's not going to be any children left.
All right, Gracie, time's up. Thank you. Okay, it's been up, but I'm trying to give you time because I know I said earlier this morning there's so much trauma that we all, fighting for things that we deserve, and all the neglect that we've had to endure. I know it is not easy, so that's why sometimes I let people talk longer than what we need to, because we need to hear it and we need to sit with it. And I am always going to do business the way I believe business needs to be done. So, but let me go back to doing this right now. So we have 2 more public testimony here in person because I know people have things to do. I want to be considerate of the folks that are here because you may want to go home and do other things, and I don't want to be the reason why you have stayed here longer. So we have John and Bermina. Thank you. So John and Bermina. And you do have 2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, so the problem is the public process, regardless of what my neighbor Kevin said. I've lived in Boston about 50 years. The second and third decades I lived here, I lived in Councillor Durkin's district, the 8th, when there were major projects involving our neighborhood, such as they wanted to completely redo the Back Bay fence and get rid of the basketball courts and the things people actually used, and football stadium at Clemente. When they wanted to get rid of, they wanted to move Fenway Park and have a publicly subsidized park. When they wanted to spray the Phragmites with glyphosate, which is a known carcinogen, at least the city came to us and asked us, and 300 people got to show up meeting after meeting, and you know what they did? They canceled those things. So that's what public process looks like, not we get to decide, you got this project no matter what, and you get to decide what color the tiles in the bathrooms are or something. That's what we're... I guess I just finished because I've been here all day and I was listening to Madison Park, and I realized I was kind of glad to watch President Trump get inaugurated and bring those tech bros into that because it shows us who really runs this country. Let's face it, Mayor Wu didn't say, I'll restore Madison Park High no matter how much it costs, but when they happen to be the wives and daughters of the oligarchs, but they're the same people. When it's money for them, she'll spend whatever it is. That's why Trump got elected, because that's how politics works in this country. Amen.
Thank you.
Could I get the rest of his time? No.
Yes, you can.
Oh, yay!
You've been here all day. I'm going to give you that. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Bermina Sherry. I'm a Mattapan resident, and I'm also a senior at Boston University, so I might be the youngest face in here. Who knows? Yes. I'm a political science major, but I have been an environmental activist in the city of Boston since I was 14. So it's been a long time. I mean, I'm not that old, but I'm coming up here from an environmental justice perspective. Living in Mattapan, actually, I didn't know that Franklin Park extended so closely to Mattapan, and I also didn't know that the Neponset River actually runs through Mattapan. It wasn't until I got involved in environmental groups that I got close to these spaces and was able to interact with these spaces. Green spaces that much of the community, in my community, aren't aware of. In fact, when it comes to the Neponset River, it's blocked off by a wall that extends for hundreds and hundreds of feet, and the neighborhood doesn't actually have access to the river. So all of that is to say that I think that all of that's intentional. I think it's intentional that these green spaces are not directly connected to us as Black and brown folks, and we're not made aware of them, so that we're not able to engage with them. And that allows for projects like this to happen on the periphery and happen in the background without our knowledge, and without us knowing and understanding how exactly it's going to affect us in the long run. Yes, we want for there to be a benefit for children. However, this project disenfranchises children. When it comes to Black and brown communities, they have some of the most highest respiratory diseases and respiratory issues, especially in children. So cutting down 150 plus trees for a development that's counterproductive when we can renovate something that already exists, it doesn't help the children. It's a disservice to the children, and it's making it so that our future is unpredictable. And for an administration that has said that they care about the environment and that they are adamant about propelling the environment towards protection and prosperity, this seems as though it's in opposition to that intended goal. So I would ask that we do something in order to stop this project from moving forward, because it's not what I believe it's not what the community wants. For whoever I've talked to, all the people I've talked to, it's not what they want, and it's also bad for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And don't go nowhere, please. Kiara's gonna go get your phone number, because Kiara, okay. All right. I know, I'm like, okay, I wanna follow up with you at another time. Okay, all right. Okay, so I'm going to assume that everyone who signed up for public testimony has spoken. I am going to not go to the Zoom because I've held my community panel here long enough, and I think in the spirit of keeping the conversation moving, I'm going to bring it back to the process that we have here. I just want to thank those who have already provided public testimony. We're going to start, and I'm just going to go. We're going to start with Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, you're going to begin, and you're going to have 3 minutes.
Is it on? Good afternoon. My name is Robert Jenkins.
I was just joking. You got 5, okay?
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Jenkins, Mattapan resident, president of the Madison Park Alumni Association, also an IAG member of the White Stadium Project. And basically, I've heard a lot of the testimony here today, and I agree with it. On this part of it, though, on the community engagement piece, the city needs to do a better job, because you have to engage everyone. You have to engage everybody surrounding, the abutters of around Franklin Park. That was not done. A lot of people came up to me when they heard I was on the IAG and they wanted my input. I really couldn't give them concrete input because, again, if this is a project for the kids, I want to know what were the numbers of the kids who had input into this process. Just like White Stadium and Madison Park. But I'll stay with White Stadium real briefly. A lot's been talking about White Stadium. But on my point as an IAG member, I did attend most of those meetings, and a lot of community input was not given. You have to get the community you have to come from within the community to get their input to find out how this project would better serve them. And right now, I don't see it on a number of levels, because if you're bringing folks, shoveling them in, well, where's the economic development on that for businesses that are long-standing that's been in the Roxbury area? But now go fast forward to Madison Park. I've been on every single meeting from Madison Park all the way back to 2018. I graduated from Madison Park in 1978. It was the first graduating class out of the new building in 77. As I stated earlier, we came into a building that wasn't even finished yet. After 2 years of going downtown, and at that time you could have swing space, waiting for that building to be open, and then we get in that building. My class that graduated in 78 did not have the amenities that I've spoken to in many meetings. We didn't have access to a gym that wasn't ready. We didn't have use of a football field. We didn't have use to the building that Madison sits in right now. We weren't even in there. That was going to be the Humphrey Occupational Building, where O'Brien is now, which the city has shown more emphasis in more renovation. That was our school. But fast forward again on renovating or giving us a new building, going through the MSBA process is not a guaranteed process. Mm-hmm. It's not guaranteed at all. We don't know. That could take to 5 to 10 years. What is Plan B if we don't? If that application has to be filed in April, that means all the work that we have done for the last 2.5 years goes to naught. We have to start all over again. And, you know, if that happens, we definitely have to involve what we didn't do in the earlier process. We have to involve teachers, parents, students, alumni, community-based organizations, residents. Madison Park Development Corp was never at any of those meetings. They have a lot of property around Madison Park, as well as other developments, businesses, colleges. Domingos talked about Wentworth, you know, wanting to take over, but Wentworth could be feasible. Any other, Northeastern, all these colleges. I know Barry, I know Mr. Bluestein in Northeastern has been involved with co-op, but the health and hospitals are right down the street from Madison. Invest in Madison Park now. Okay, what are the numbers? Okay, we have close to 1,000 students. And like, I think it's more or less, we have 50% of the students have IEPs. 50% more of the students are bilingual, okay? We have, it's a jewel that needs to shine, but we all have to work together. City councilors, yes, I mean, you know, you guys have got to look at it. You know, it's kind of late in the process, but again, we just need everybody, the whole community development, the whole community. You know, it takes a village to raise a child. That's what we're talking about here. How many students from Madison Park were involved in this process and planning? I hear that they were, but I know that out of 1,000 students, how many of them? How many parents? You know, we have to do this and look at it. We have to have moving forward, because it seems like it's going to happen. We're going to have to file for MSBA because there's no funding. But, you know, moving forward, we have to come up with a strategic, consistent, you know, engaging plan for everybody when it comes to Madison Park. Madison Park turns 50 years old in September, all right? I go back to 1977. It wasn't complete, and I said it earlier. What's going to happen? Will it be complete in 2025 when we have our 50th celebration? Thank you.
Thank you. I know. Here's the solution. Why don't we just give the $100 million to White Stadium to Madison Park, and then the case is closed. We problem solved. Let's be done. We're good? We're good? No clapping. Just let me stop before I get kicked out of the chamber. Okay. Go ahead, Ann.
Hi. Well, yeah, no, I'm not cool with the $100 million going. I think we can do it all. But my name's Ann Walsh. I'm a Dorchester resident. I'm an environmentalist. I'm a coach of girls softball in Dorchester. I'm a former NCAA soccer player. I'm a former BPS parent. My kids have both graduated. Woot woot. And I'm a frequent visitor to Franklin Park. And I was actually thrilled to read that the city and the Boston Unity Soccer Partners signed a lease agreement to renovate White Stadium. I don't know how many folks have attended a sports event at White Stadium, but it is not a pleasant experience. I don't know how many folks have tried to find a restroom at White Stadium, but even if you find one and the door on the stall works and it flushes, you still might not have soap, and it's probably there's no heat in the restroom. So just understanding what we're dealing with, I feel really compelled for the city to get the best possible facility for our children. And I'm hearing people today talk about the children, but I want people to think about what the children are experiencing, and that's why I appreciated what Grace had to say, and I appreciate the passion with which she brought her remarks, right? Our kids, and especially our girls deserve to have a world-class facility where they get to play sports, and they deserve a beautiful park, and we can have both. And they not only deserve to play sports, which sure, we can do for some smaller amount of money, they deserve to see women play professional sports and get paid at the highest level. Women of color, like I don't know who you think is playing soccer if you don't understand that women of color are the best soccer players in the world. And that is who our children would be seeing in their community. in their community, right? Location is what creates opportunities. When I coach ADSL softball at Town Field in Fields Corner, I'm approached by families with girls who want to play.
I'm going to ask people in the chamber just because, I'm sorry, because the audio.
No, I appreciate that, and I'm not at my best.
Okay.
Right?
One voice, one mic, everybody, one mic. We're in the chamber here.
So when I coach, families come up because they see us playing, and they say, how can I get my girl involved? Right? And that brings sports to more girls. When the NWSL comes to Franklin Park, our girls will be sharing spaces with people like what's called the triple espresso. Okay? Sophia Smith, Trinity Rodman, Mallory Swanson, gold medalists, NWSL champions. They will get the message that they are strong and they are worthy of a top shelf stadium and adoring fans. Okay? If they can see it, they can be it. Even more importantly, Boston kids will have a high quality athletic facility. White Stadium access for BPS will grow. I don't know why we're saying our kids will suffer. We will, right now, BPS athletes get 250 hours a year. They will get 750 hours of access, plus there will be summer activities. BPS schools, 25 BPS schools have soccer teams. 7 have football teams. We need to understand that our kids are playing soccer and prioritize that and understand that's where our boys and our girls are spending their time, and our kids of color. Binka going to the state tournament this year. Those are the kids that we would be providing opportunity with a White Stadium of high caliber. Okay? I'll watch carefully. I am not like naive at all. Not my first day. Okay? If anybody decides they're not going to give our kids what they deserve, I will be the first to stand up for them. We need to have tickets that are affordable and available for all kids. The maintenance alone is worth this deal. Again, if you've been to any event in a BPS facility other than, I would say, probably Latin school, no shade, but a little shade, because it's a little shinier than the rest. But I've been at events at BPS schools where there is one toilet for 100 spectators at an event, if it's an after school or an athletic event. One toilet is left open. Let's allow professionals who want to make money on this space spend their money on our kids. They're not going to allow for lousy bathrooms and no toilet paper because it's their brand. Let them spend their money on our children in our city. Okay? Now, as to the process, I've attended Zoom meetings. Info was shared and shared again. People shared their opinions. People asked questions. I saw a lot of maps about parking and shuttles and trees. I know about invasive species and trees that grow through fences. Like, the city has put in the work. But they're not going to walk away from an opportunity to give our kids, instead of just a good facility, a great facility. Okay? I understand history, but I'm also asking us to believe in possibility, to believe that we have new leadership in our city and we can actually do things differently than they've been done before. Our kids have urgency, not just these professional athletes. Do not drag them. My kids are already gone. They'll never see a beautiful White Stadium, but the next round of kids deserve that.
Thank you. Thank you. And if you need any more water, anybody on the, you just
right. No amount of water.
Keep yourself hydrated here. I need you all alive. Okay, Louis, I'm going to give you some ground rules before you start. I know how you do, Louis. Get ready. 5 minutes, Louis. And that's it.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, for the opportunity to speak once again. And thank you for the other councilors for taking the time to join us. I'm just sitting here a little bit concerned about the level of conversation that I've heard from a number of people, particularly when they speak of this stadium as being an opportunity for their children or opportunity for the community. After 47 years of founding member of the Franklin Park Coalition, after thousands of hours being committed to the stadium, I know that the situation that they speak of isn't one that's solved by a new stadium. It's a problem of management, it's a problem of administration, the problem of the fact that the Boston Public Schools have failed to do their job. It's part of the public facilities of the Boston Public Schools is the reason why that stadium looks as it is now. And we're talking about turning hundreds of millions of dollars back over to the same people. We asked the question, and Brian should be here to hear it, because there is no answer. If it fails, if it doesn't go through, then who's going to take care of the stadium? If this team doesn't do its job, then what do we have for resources? The question is, how much do we spend now on maintenance of the stadium, of all the facilities in the Boston Public Schools, and whether or not the money that they talk about could be spent better, utilizing to improve and upgrade the facilities that exist in all the schools, because everybody's not going to be able to walk over to White Stadium. Everybody's not going to be able to utilize Charlestown, is not going to be able to utilize it. East Boston is not going to be able to utilize it. South Boston is going to have a problem. There's difficulty out in Reedville and Hyde Park. So then we have to think, what is the benefit of the stadium? The question is whether or not there's been proper community engagement involvement. On White Stadium, the community engagement has been lousy. We had an IAG, which is part of Article 80, and it didn't work. We as an IAG was never allowed to meet as a group together to discuss what was being proposed and how it was being proposed. Every meeting we went to was controlled and managed by the city of Boston and their leaders at the time, who had us on Zoom, and they only allowed us 2 minutes to speak, a lot better than you, because they like literally cut us off, you know, and that so people who are engaged, supposed to be engaged in discussion of what the stadium should look like and what should be done, never got a chance to speak. So I'm always bewildered when they say, hearing from the public, they decide to make changes that was worth an additional $50 million. I think that we really do have to look at what was not done and how we can improve, especially when they've doubled the cost of the stadium and not a spade of dirt has been turned yet. We need to say, how do we make this work better? I have 4 daughters. They all played soccer. 2 of them played soccer internationally. Not one of them needs a $200 million stadium to give them encouragement to play soccer. All my residents and friends and neighbors of Garrison Trotter, they play soccer, engaged in sports. I don't think a new stadium gives your kids the incentive to do better and do well in sports or anything else. I think having a school system that has a program that's actually doing the job in educating your children and giving them good places to go and to do sports and things of that nature. If you go into a school or a stadium and the facility is not being well kept, new stadium is not going to solve it. You have to ask, what is going on in the public facilities of the Boston public school system? The same issue goes for Madison Park. Here's a school that will make a difference in the quality of life of all children in the city of Boston. It's located in Roxbury and D7, but it serves the city of Boston. It's the only comprehensive vocational technical high school in the city of Boston, and we have not done our fair share and our fair diligence for that school to thrive as it should be thriving. I think that the time that we should have spent in making sure that this project went forward, and that July, of this year, that we had a spade in the ground, it could have happened. Garrison, the Franklin Park Coalition, Garrison Trotter, as well as the Friends of Madison Park, have been engaged in the process, some of us for more 13 years. And so we're a little bit concerned when they say, good outreach and public communication took place, because I can tell you as one who's committed hours, hundreds of hours, read more than 700, 800 pages coming from proposals and developers and people who are architects. We never got a chance to have the real input that we said we were going to have in terms of partnership with those who were working with us from Boston Public Schools, as well as the city of Boston in this process. I ask that we take a minute and look what's going on, and necessarily stop any further forward movement in this procedure so that the communities can get engaged, that a new change that doubles the cost of the project changes the concept of the project, and therefore we as a community should have peer review, if not community input, in terms of where we are and where we're going. I'm urging all city councils and all people, including the Attorney General, Inspector General, and the auditor of the state, to look at this project and see what it means for the quality of life and for the growth of our students in the city of Boston. Thank you.
Oh, look at you. Are you trying to show off that you could do the 5-minute timer? Look at you. Yay. Okay, stop. All right, so I'm going to give Councilor Anderson an opportunity to get some questions on the record before she leaves, because I would like the administration to hear from the district councilor, both on the issues that are pertinent to her constituents. So you could put your questions on the record and the administration just take those notes so that you can answer them when you come down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. I thank all of you for being here, for your testimonies, for your investment in community, for the time, for the hard work that you've invested in Madison Park and the White Stadium. There are other pending projects such as Blue Hill Ave Master Plan, as well as Roxbury Resiliency Corridor, as well as the Shattuck, and other very concerning, and including O'Brien. I heard someone say that there were investments to go to O'Brien. That's not true. When we were not able, or when the administration was not able to move O'Brien to West Roxbury, the administration made it very clear that O'Brien would not receive any investments or funds for renovations for another couple of years, or 3 or more. So just wanted to clarify that. District 7 being the heart of Boston, right in literally the center of Boston, should be the artery, for lack of better terms, of the city. It should be thriving, it should be beautiful. And everyone here, I think, has stated that they do want a renovated stadium, that we want to prioritize our children with resources, facilities, including programs in schools that support a world-class education. I think the concern has been, and I keep hearing this time and time again, with the process. I have to stand with the panelists and both testimonials that have reported on lack of or poor community engagement, because although I stand with the administration, or I'm a witness to administration that they have held a lot of meetings, it is also true that they were policing and closely controlling how long or how you commented. Some meetings I've had to advocate for them to open up the chat and allow people to actually type in chat. Some meetings they were not even allowed to speak. They were just sort of I guess, presentations to the community. And then some meetings, they were literally cutting people off. And it's very difficult. I sympathize with both administration and community. It's very difficult to manage that on Zoom with, post-COVID. I heard the constituent loud and clear. But however, if that's what it takes, revisiting, reevaluation, reprocessing, then is the administration then should they have thought about maybe preparing the community for what planning and development engagement should look like prior to suggesting planning and development? Because if you don't have the tools, if you're not equipped with the proper tools to process or to implement a process, perhaps it's designing the process and finding the tools and equipping ourselves so that we are qualified to implement such processes. And so I have to say, all in all, my experience here has been that we have not done enough to engage community. We have made a lot of efforts, and I don't think that it is the panelists here and still in the audience today from the administration to be blamed. I think that decisions come from higher up, where at some point someone has to respond to their boss, and they have a timeline, and they are told we have a certain amount of time to get this going, and then they do that. As my experience, and I'd like to thank the people that came here from the administration, is that they are professionals who work very hard, who are very competent, working within the confinements of rules that does not benefit the community. So with that being said, I apologize, I do have a medical to go to. I thank you for your investments. I will submit my additional questions to the administration. You know that I will. If you're my constituents, you receive my notifications and emails and everything. I will follow up. I will pursue questions to be answered from the administration. I thank you, Madam Chair, so much for filing as well, and I look forward to any future efforts so that we can work together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. So, thank you, Shane. You know how I feel about speaking, but let me speak in this mic. Okay, so we're gonna move on. We're gonna hear from Idalise, and then we're gonna go down the panel, and then I'm gonna ask the administration to prepare. You're gonna go after the community panel just so that you get the heads up. And some of the questions that you've heard here. My hope is that you'll be able to provide some insight if you have any, just because I think it's important for us to, since we're all here together, if you could respond to some of the things that you're hearing here, we would really appreciate it.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Ivelis Caraballo. I am a parent of a former BPS student, and I myself am a proud graduate of Madison Park, class of 2000, and currently serve as the founding member and executive director of C-Plan, which is a statewide parent advocacy organization. In this role, I collaborate closely with schools on strategic initiatives, co-designing policies that promote and inspire practices that better serve the needs of students and their families. Today, I want to address the ongoing redesign and reconstruction of Madison Park. While this project holds the potential to positively shape the future of our students and community, it's clear that the process to date has been marked by a lack of meaningful community involvement, transparency, and most importantly, honesty. From the outset, decisions have been made in isolation with minimal engagement from the broader community. The voices of key parents, students, educators, and invested community members who are most directly impacted by this project have not been sufficiently included in shaping its direction. This exclusion undermines trust and overlooks the valuable insights that could help ensure the project effectively meets the needs of the community it is interested in serving. Furthermore, the process has been notably unclear. The decision to pause the construction to rely on an uncertain outcome of the MSBCA program application was made without adequate input from invested community members and without clear communication regarding the challenges and implications of this shift. We only learned of this change and its reasons after it had been decided by the mayor's office. Without transparency, the community is left in the dark about the true status of the project and the reasoning behind critical decisions. Perhaps most concerning is the apparent lack of genuine commitment to prioritize this project. If the mayor's office is fully committed to, it's fully recognized the significance of this investment and the crucial role Madison Park plays in offering educational and career opportunities to students facing financial and systemic challenges, this project would be advancing without delay. Instead, we are now faced with the possibility of years of delays, or even the complete halt of the project, depending on the unknown outcome of the MSBCA process. This project and the community it serves deserves better. We need a process that is intentional, inclusive, transparent, and honest. We strongly support moving forward with a transparent community process that continues with construction as promised, while seeking additional funding along with the MSBCA application. This approach demonstrates the City of Boston's commitment, true commitment, to prioritizing Madison Park's future. It is essential that the city's efforts are clear and honest, showcasing its dedication to the future of Madison Park as a vital community investment in the future of our students. So I want to quote that earlier it was said that this city is committed to building Madison with or without MSBCA funds. So here's my question is, so what's the next step? We should not be waiting on the results of the MSBCA application. We should already be moving forward with or without that funding. My follow-up question is, how will this next step move forward? What is the timeline and who's going to be involved? Thank you.
Thank you. And just because I know that Councilor Durkin earlier announced, any things about disclosure and full disclosure, I am one of the founding members and the previous executive director of C-Plan, and there is no private or public benefit of her being here. You don't have any business in front of City Council. You're operating as a member of the community. So in case anybody wants to call out the fact that I used to work for C-Plan and now she does, I just want for the record, if anyone is listening, there is no reason to sign any public disclosures here, just in case. Thank you. You have the floor.
Hello. First of all, I'd like to thank Councilor Mejia for holding this hearing today, along with Councilors Murphy and Flynn, who were very strong advocates of this. I'm not going to say anything much different from what a lot of people have already said, except I'd like to just reiterate a few things. I've lived in Jamaica Plain for over 40 years. I raised my son there. I'm a single mom. I've used Franklin Park on a weekly basis to walk my dog, to take hikes with friends, to watch for bird life, to just have a respite from the urban community that we all live in. Franklin Park is our backyard. It's sacred to us, the people that live around it and use it and love it. And I agree that for many decades now, the park has been neglected. I think it's pretty obvious why it has been neglected, along with the White Stadium. Everyone I know, everyone, people who support this project and people who are opposed to it, want to see White Stadium renovated for the school children, want to see the best park that we have possible for our community. I have attended every single Franklin Park Action Plan meeting and every single, I believe, every single White Stadium Plan meeting. When the Franklin Park Action Plan first started, the community process was great. It was a lot of interactions with the community, a lot of engagement, a lot of questions were heard, listened to. We had planning sessions, breakout rooms. It was the way things should work. Then suddenly, we saw the Franklin Park Action Plan report, and then after that was released, before that was released, there was about a year and a half where we just didn't hear anything. We didn't know what was going on. And then suddenly, about a year and a half ago, we were told, we got an announcement. Good news, White Stadium's going to be renovated. But it's going to be renovated or rebuilt in partnership with a professional sports team. When I first heard this, it sounded interesting. I like women's sports. I'm a feminist. I believe in women having access to sporting events and for girls to have a place to grow and to feel empowered. But as I learned more about this project, the granular details about this project, the more I became concerned that it was poorly planned and it was not going to benefit anyone except for maybe the investors who were putting money into this plan. I have been at all the meetings, and I'm sorry that Councilor Fernandez-Anderson left because I wanted to thank her for her courageousness to have the one public live in-person meeting about this White Stadium plan. Every other meeting we had was Zoom. And every Zoom meeting we had was about an hour and a half of glossy PowerPoint presentations. And then the last 30 minutes, it was left for us to have 2 minutes say, and you're right, she was right, we got cut off. I could see where they would cherry pick the people who would speak the last, so they would have supporters speaking, will be the last people to speak so they could have an impact. It was insulting, and it was infuriating. Our questions weren't heard, we weren't listened to. We still don't have answers about the transportation plan. We still don't have answers about the parking plan, and they pushed this forward so fast. And I also heard Kevin Batt, who's from the Franklin Park Coalition earlier, speak about the survey, and I applaud him for all his volunteer work that he's done for the Franklin Park Coalition, but I'm sorry, that survey was flawed. It was designed to get the answers that they wanted. There was no alternative Plan B that was presented towards the community. It was done back in February, and it was only released for a couple of weeks, and it was not translated to any other languages except for English. It was circulated primarily around people from Jamaica Plain. Okay, so there's a lot of the communities, Roxbury, Dorchester, Mattapan, were ignored in that survey. So if you want to be fair, let's do another survey, okay? Let's have a vote. Let's see what people are thinking today, because it's taken time for people to learn about this project, to get engaged, and now they have a different opinion, just like I did. I had a different opinion when I first heard this. It took me time to educate myself. And so I think that this plan is being forced through for profit because they bought this franchise and they want to get this done. And that's an insult to our community, it's an insult to our school children, and we deserve better. Boston deserves better, and we can do better. So thank you.
That's a good slogan. Boston deserves better. We should all be saying that. Okay, so I'm going to keep it moving because, you know, I have some questions, though. So in regards to the Franklin Park Action Plan, so just the administration, it's one of your questions here that I'm going to ask you about. Okay. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Barry Bluestone. I am a resident of the South End, and I've taught at both Northeastern and Boston College, and particularly UMass Boston, for more than 50 years. I'm now retired at age 80. They let me out. I want to speak very briefly about the importance of Madison Park. I am the president of the Career Champions Network, an organization that was formed 3 years ago of business leaders, labor leaders, and civic leaders like myself, specifically to make sure that Madison Park becomes one of the best schools in the country. We know it has a long way to go to get there. The reason I have been so involved in that, particularly as I'm a labor economist, is that I'm very worried about the future of the Boston labor force. We're going to have literally hundreds of thousands of people retiring over the next decade to 2 decades. We need plumbers. We need electricians. We need HVAC folks. We need culinary workers. We need medical assistants and dental assistants. And there is no other school in Boston that is providing the training for those jobs. As such, we face the reality of living in a Boston which is going to be very short of the kinds of skills we need in order to keep us a prosperous city. Let me give you just a little data, and I'll close with this. As part of the work I did, I got data from the Department of Labor in the state in order to look at 10-year openings, that is between 2024 and 2034, in key industries. The numbers are shocking. For example, because of the huge retirements of the baby boom generation, we're going to need somehow to train 14,800 automotive service technology workers to replace those who are retiring. We need to replace over 30,000 carpenters who will be retiring, and we need those carpenters badly. We need computer programmers, and indeed Madison Park is training them. We need hairdressers and hairstylists. There'll be so many retiring that you're going to need a new stylist, and there are going to be need for 26,500 of them. We can also look at food managers, 13,000 openings. Restaurant cooks, believe it or not, almost 77,000 openings. Dental assistants, we need 11,000 more dental assistants. Media communication workers, electricians, 26,000, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. No other school in Boston is training people in those skills. That is why, whenever I give talks around the city, I think Madison Park is the most important institution we have. And therefore, we have to invest in it in order to make sure not just that these students have the education they need, much more important than that, when I need a plumber, I want to be able to get one. I tried getting an electrician to do something on my house. It took me 6 weeks to get an electrician. That's not good. Madison Park is going to fill that gap. And the more resources we can give Madison Park and the more improvements we can make in that school, the better we're all going to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job.
No clapping.
I don't, you know what? Council President Lujan is going to watch the tape and she's going to say, see how many times you let people clap? I'm like, oh, sorry. Okay, no more clapping. All right, Derek, you wanted to go last, but you still get 5 minutes. No, just because you think you're last, you get more time. No, you get 5 minutes.
I'm staring at the clock. I just want to acknowledge and I want to thank with gratitude Professor Bluestone, because when I arrived off a bus, Greyhound from Mississippi, in September of 1984 to attend Boston College, the College of Arts and Sciences. He was a professor there. Wow. And he, unfortunately, it wasn't long after that you ended up moving to UMass. But he was a legend then, he's a legend now. And just like Dr. McGuire and Louis Elisa and some others here, anything that comes out of their mouth, Mr. Weber and others, you can take it.
That's right.
You can take it as truth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Me? Maybe. I joke around a little.
All right, wait, let me start your time now because that was now I'm going to start your time. Okay.
All right, thank you. I'm going to use my opportunity I want to honor this sister here, the sister back here, and someone else, actually the councilwoman, who I am so glad to finally hear say, well, maybe the thing is there was a process, but people didn't know how and were not empowered by the process to participate in the process. And that, I believe, is absolutely right. And if that is if that's the second truism that we can all agree on, in addition to the one that everybody wants the stadium to be top snuff for our kids, well, then let's just stick to those two things and figure out what does and doesn't happen going forward to make sure that they are met by the city and the citizens and the soccer team or whoever. Now, in the spirit of their comments, when this sister realized about not knowing about the Neponset River, and this sister appropriately pointing out that the city owes black folks in this city a whole lot, that doesn't mean that a pork chop thrown in the middle of a pack of underfed communities is what you want, okay? Now, by the way, this is 2025. And that means this is the 250th anniversary of the birth of this nation and the American Revolution. And there's only one city in the whole United States that is given credit for starting to stand up against tyranny in our English language in this place called New England. And the Sons of Liberty and Crispus Attucks, and I dare say 200 years later, in 1976, Ruth Batson, Mel King, Melnia Cass, Louis Elisa, Gene McGuire, and all of them would have been sitting right here.
That's right.
250 years ago, Crispus Attucks and Sam Adams would have been sitting right here. Where are you sitting? Where is the council sitting? Hopefully, something has begun to be opened up here in this process. And I don't have enough time because I've only got 5 minutes. But I'm telling you, for this sister here, and this sister here, and the councilwoman who left, I can tell you exactly some of the pre-preparedness, the pre-participation, education about environmental justice. For example, who asked anybody, how does this project comport or not comport to being adjacent to 20-some environmental justice census tracts? Well, nobody answered the question because it wasn't asked. But it's a very important question because it's in violation of state law if it doesn't comport to it. Okay, and there's others and others, I won't go into them. But I will end with this one last one. As a Native American and African American domestic migrant to Boston in 1984, thank you for helping on the welcoming committee because I would have left. All right.
I almost did.
Right. Luckily, I fell in with the right people. I fell in with Amanda Houston within days of arriving here. So Boston didn't chew me up like it chewed up all of my age peers that would now be 58 years old if they lived through the 80s and the 90s, right, in the public schools of this city, which did not prepare them then and does not prepare them now for this kind of community stewardship. When people have been denied equity, their worth as our family, less than $10 an hour, they don't know what to ask for or demand from a sudden investment of millions of dollars into their community. It's just like in where I'm from in Mississippi after slavery. How could slaves coming out of slavery the next day answer their own macro or micro or mini economic questions? They can't. Same with environmental justice. They can't. The city has the obligation, not the community, to provide an impetus for discussing alternatives. The city has made it so clear, and I'll end by saying this. I don't know about anyone else here because I see some people are just now realizing that maybe the process has been flawed or so forth and so on around this project. I want you to look further into that. I said earlier, I think you should look into a couple of things that have been said and that have been how people have been fired from city positions for questioning this. I have won I was the 2021 Best of the South Award for Historic Preservation. There's not a damn thing that anybody in this city can tell me about historic preservation. Okay, on Beacon Hill to Roxbury. And I'm telling you, when Roseanne Foley got fired for her board voting unanimously that the White Stadium project was not prepared or suited for such a rushed initial engagement with that process, the Wu administration was like, sorry, Charlie, you're out of here. That doesn't comport with the calendar on my wall or my political ambition. So yeah, let's keep talking about Madison and let's keep talking about White Stadium, but I'm here to tell everybody, this city is on fire. This city is on fire with the mad rash, mad dash, development, the trashing of Article 80. Nobody was asked, does this project comport to Article 80? Should we be keeping Article 80 right now? Should we be getting rid of Article 80 at this time? What about Article 97? It was not, how can there be a civic engagement when there's no civic education or preparedness? No effort on the city to let folks learn while they participate. So, but this city, Beacon Hill, a lady at 35 Pinckney Street off of Louisburg Square is up in arms because after 2 years of participating in a downtown zoning process, they come back and the city publishes something that looks like this, nothing like the Franklin Park plan vis-a-vis White Stadium, nothing like what's being built next door to the Epiphany School, nothing like all these snails and trails or whatever you call them in the bus lanes, but they're happening nonetheless. It's being bullied through, and it's tyranny. And if nobody else in here will call it that, today you will later, because Christmas addicts, Sam Adams, and Dr. King's God of History, aka Zeitgeist, do not lie. Thank you.
Okay. You set the stage up in here. Look, if y'all gonna get me in trouble, y'all better stop clapping. I'm the chair, right? I could do whatever I want. No, because then everybody's going to come in here and clap. The councilman here lets us clap, and then everybody's going to get mad at me because I let people do things they're not supposed to do. No, I will not be subscribing to that trauma. I have enough other battles to fight here. Okay, thank you. And I think it's really important in terms of a practice. And back in the day, the hearings, usually public testimony was at the end. And administration always leads, and then community follows. But I want to acknowledge that the administration has been here the entire time. And so I really do want to acknowledge y'all for being here all day, because I understand that normally this is not how things go, but I really do appreciate your indulgence in allowing us to do democracy this way. So I just want to acknowledge the administration and the effort that you have made to accommodate a different way of doing business. So thank you for that. What we're going to do, in the interest of, wow, it's 5:10. Well, we started late. Okay. So I'd like to ask my colleagues, would you like to do a round of questions for the community panel? And because this is democracy, you see how I do? Instead of saying, this is how we're going to do it? You know, would you like to ask questions here, or would you like to hear from the administration and then ask questions all at once? You want to do it now? Raise your hand. How many want to do it now? 2 against, oh, I'll break the tie. You go. Okay, go ahead. But you still get 3 minutes, though. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, am I first? Oh, thanks. Thank you all for being here. And this process is, you learn a lot, so thank you for that. As a teacher, mom, I would say, been a mom for 35 years, and one thing that has been hard for me now that I'm on the council is that there's this pushback or this narrative that's negative, that the community doesn't care, they're not interested, they don't show up. But then when we look, we see that we're not setting it up for them to understand. We're not setting it up for them to feel comfortable, to ask questions, to show up, to feel as though their voice matters. One of the reasons I decided to leave the classroom and run for office is because I did believe that it's my job to lift up the voices of the residents of the city of Boston. And even if we don't always agree on the issues, and when it comes to a vote on the council, we may not agree, but I do believe that to rush to a decision that's very hard to then walk away from without hearing from people is dangerous. So I don't ever want to be part of that. So happy we're having this conversation. And also want to talk about, that a professional soccer team in Boston, I don't see how that equates to our kids having access to that privilege. I mean, I see myself, as a working mom, and I thought I offered my kids a lot, but the cost of going to a Red Sox game is like $500. My youngest is 25 now, but maybe as a family, the four of us went twice, and it was a lot of money. By the time you bought the ice cream and you got the drink, and if you could afford a baseball cap, and the average ticket to a women's soccer game is $51 to $76. And 72.8% of professional soccer players are white. So what is it? Why are we selling out to a professional soccer team? And when we have a $1.7 billion school budget, it shouldn't be a women's soccer team saying we won't put up with dirty bathrooms. It should be all of us. And I've often said here, when I've advocated for our students, for buses to show up, I mean, we're going to have a $185 million budget for our school buses alone. And Council Weber, when you said the intern you had at the last meeting, I would say, what do I leave these meetings and what stood out is when you asked your summer intern who played football in BPS, how reliable are the school buses for your football games? And he said, they don't ever show up. So we just don't rely on it. So if we're not even getting our students reliably to our games, why are we selling out that this soccer field is going to give our students what they need? And I just am not sold on that. And I'm never sold on rushing or making an opinion that because I understand something that everyone else should. So I think we need to continue making sure people can ask the questions and not feel. And one last thing, because I think I heard my buzzer.
Oh, yeah.
Another thing, though, is the no plan B. As soon as I heard about the tax proposal, my first question, and I filed several hearing orders and 17 Fs and really tried to use whatever power we have here on the council, is what if this doesn't work? What is the plan B? We don't have a plan B. We don't need a plan B because, and that tells me because we don't care, it's already decided. And at every planning neighborhood meeting I've gone to around the city, and you've held hearings, Councilman here a few months ago, just on the process of community feeling as though they have a say, the conversation comes back overwhelmingly that residents just say, it doesn't matter. Maybe you're going to give me the 30 seconds or the minute, but you've already made your decision. So I hope we can change that narrative, and it's why people don't trust government. It's why people stop believing in us, and I hope that we can do better here on the council and make sure that our residents know that we do care about their concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Murphy. I always say that the process is just as equally as important as the outcome. I think that how we get there matters. So I think that this is why we have taken today to really unpack, how people are experiencing the process of both the community engagement and also diving deeper into the transparency around some of the questions that we have. So I just want to acknowledge that. So Councilor Flynn, you do have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for chairing this important meeting, by far the best one I've been at in a long period of time. Thank you for your leadership, Council Mejia. I listened closely to almost every person that testified for the last 6, 7, 8 hours, I don't know. I learned a lot about what residents want and what residents feel and what they believe. I do want to also acknowledge the administration for being here for the entire time. More importantly, Dr. G. McGuire, who's in her 90s, was here the whole time, asking questions, listening. But I bring that up, and I know I won't be very popular with my colleagues by saying this. But this is one of the most significant meetings in the last several years. But it is kind of disappointing that my colleagues aren't here listening. I know Councilor Fernandez-Anderson was just asking informative questions. It is disappointing because what I'm hearing from residents is entirely different from what I've been reading in the newspaper and hearing from the administration staff. But you couldn't vote on something next week if there's a city council resolution, whether you support this or you're against this. If you weren't at this meeting, how could you possibly vote on it? Because you didn't take the opportunity to listen to residents and ask questions. And I guess maybe I'll ask a quick question to Derek. And I think there's a disconnect between the number of community meetings that took place. Maybe there's 30, maybe there's 40, but on the other hand, residents still don't feel respected, that their voices are heard, listened to, and respected. So even though you have those number of meetings, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a good community engagement. That's what I took from your points. Let me ask you, what are your thoughts?
It's very ironic and important that you should ask me that, and particularly ask me while I'm sitting next to Professor Bluestone, because you're asking me essentially about the question is about the difference between quantitative versus qualitative data and process and results in procuring that data. So quantitatively, yeah, the city's got tons of signatures of people signing in, people who signed up for Zoom, the number of people and staff time and whoever presented and all of these kinds of things, particularly now in this era and with the post-COVID thing. And by the way, we're so far out of COVID, I don't know why we're so addicted like heroin on Mass Ave to Zoom as a way to engage civically with one another. It's not necessary. You know, as a hybrid option as it is in this body, that's great. But as the norm for community meetings that have to run the whole gamut, everybody's not an expert on the city's rights and responsibilities as what's known as a certified local government under the Historic Preservation Act of 1966. I am. But if I'm not on the meeting, or if Louis Elisa or somebody who hasn't done historic preservation in a proper, or Marty Glenn back here, there's nobody in the community to raise that question because the city's not bringing it to the table. They just want a sign off from the Boston Landmarks Commission. And in fact, that commission did, at least after what I call the Saturday Night Massacre from using Nixon time, they did at least vote to stall it. Two of the people said, listen, this thing is, I think they said that until there was a thing. My point is, your question is well taken. Dr. Bluestone and others would agree. Nobody's denied. There's been meetings, but qualitatively, in terms of the quality of your opportunity I mean, answering that survey of false questions that aren't the questions to be answered is just generating useless data that you can then go and say, oh, here we did going have this much, and then you hear the same people, the talking heads from the Globe, from the council, from the staff, saying the same stuff. Sure. That's why. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for that response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm the boss of this. You're not going to ask a follow-up.
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
I wasn't going to ask Madam Chair, I wasn't going to ask a question, but I have a comment.
We're not asking you any more questions, okay?
I have a comment.
We have colleagues who have been patiently waiting. You couldn't catch a turn, but let everybody go, and then I'll come back to you, I promise. But Fitzgerald's giving me the side eye, so I got to go to him next. It's Councilor Fitzgerald. You have 3 minutes.
That was it was meant as a wink, a loving wink. It was not supposed to be a side eye, Julia. Just some of us have a couple of night events to go to as well.
I know.
And so I just want to say in this thank you all for being here, right? As the District 3 City Councilor, I wasn't as involved on those meetings that were held in the community or held on Zoom, but with both White Stadium and Madison Park. And so I really wanted to be here to listen to folks today, to really get that other side of the understanding, like Councilor Flynn said, as opposed to what you just read, right, and sort of stay up on. You guys did a fantastic job today of making some great arguments, both for and against, right, and understanding. And I think this, my whole career here at City Hall, and I started in 2006, has been community process, right, no matter what job I've had. And so when I hear a process has gone wrong, of course it frustrates me, because you're thinking, right, there's nothing better than experience. And sometimes you forget that, okay, but we always have new people coming in, and they're running the process for the first time, and they're learning how to do things. And they may not have had the experiences I've had, or that we've all had in our time. And so you sort of sit there, and it's hard not to get aggravated, as how do you not know how to do this? But then again, you're thinking to yourself, oh my God, well, you haven't been through what I've been through, right? Type of thing. And so I know that's part of this, but I think the most important thing I've got out of this is what the process looks like and how we can improve it, and understanding how to be better listeners on the city side. Because having run the process, but now being on the side where you have to sometimes make decisions on after hearing all this stuff, it's important that I know that you all have had faith in the process, and that what you're telling me is upfront and honest, and have gone through the proper channels. And so I would love to continue to work with folks on what that is going forward. We still have some decisions to make on this. Some of these things I worried about. I don't even know what the council we have as a power to stop any of this at the moment. I mean, this is the Post-Audit Committee, right? And so some of these things are done. And I'm afraid we lack the ability to even take action on any of this after all of the 7-8 hours of testimony that we've heard today. But I just want to say, for all of that, I think something good will come out of this, right? And that in this next iteration, there's going to be another White Stadium. There is going to be another Madison Park. There are going to be more issues that this city faces, and we want to make sure we get the process right for that, and we will look to continuously improve. So thank you very much today.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have to run.
Yeah, no,
I apologize.
No,
guys.
no, no.
Thank
We
you so
appreciate
much.
you being here. I'm going to have someone from Central Staff confirm whether or not we are as hopeless and as helpless as we've been led to believe. I'm from the school of thought that everything is possible, right? Both accelerating Madison Park so that it could be shovel-ready in 2025 as originally promised, and also understanding that we've heard from too many people here today that the community engagement process has been flawed. My committee is not just about audit, post-audit. My committee is titled Government Accountability, Transparency, and Accessibility. And for the record, I can read what it states. My committee is really also to assess whether or not practices, protocols, and procedures are efficient. If the process has been flawed, and if the process is broken, then we need to repair harm and trust in government instead of saying that we can't do anything. So I refuse to succumb to that narrative, and I will look into, because they have a lot of laws here in Chapter 1153, that's how the laws were written in 1852 or whatever it was, but it was made for us to not be able to move things forward. But we are going to look into it, and if there's anything that we can do for both accelerating Madison and also slowing down this process, we're going to do our due diligence, or at least my committee will, and I will put it up for a vote. Whether we can do something about it or not, it's still the process. And we can't hold you all here hostage all day and then say we can't do anything about it. I refuse to believe that. And I will be putting up a resolution up for a vote here on the City Council on both items, and we will take a vote. And regardless of whether or not we can do something or not, at least we've taken a vote and we have a voice. And we utilize our microphone to amplify the voices of the people that we are here to represent. So it will happen whether or not we can make something happen. Just out of the sake of the process and respect for the people who have spent their entire day here, we will be bringing it up for a vote and we'll figure it out. And if we can't, y'all know that I tried. Just want to put that on the record, but I will try. All right, so Councilor Weber, you do have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to thank Councilor Mejia for conducting 2 marathon hearings today on important issues for the city. And I'd like to thank everyone in the community who showed up to talk to us. And it was, it's my job to listen and be a part of these conversations. I just a second, Professor Bluestone, I didn't hear in your discussion, what's your recommendation for us on Madison Park in terms of the state application?
I don't have I don't have a specific knowledge of what we should be doing. I do know that we need a lot of resources going into that school. I actually am very supportive of Mayor Wu's approach to try and find a way to find the funds for that. Because as I said, if you think about the future of Boston, Madison Park may be the most important institution. So I think what we need to think about is what can be done with that physical structure. Needs a lot of help. And there are also questions about what we do with the students while we're renovating it. But putting forth the funding that is needed and finding money from wherever we can to make sure that happens should be a top priority of the mayor and this council.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess, so on this and White Stadium, I just want to reiterate what Councilor Fitzgerald talked about in terms of community process. And I think it's disturbing to hear from community that they feel like there is no community process, that has happened on an important project. I will say on White Stadium, I have there have been a couple people who've talked about how they support the project. I think even the folks from the Emerald Necklace and folks in the lawsuit and who are against it would acknowledge that there are lots of groups in Jamaica Plain, people, I could read you emails, people who support the project. What I would like is those groups to be in conversation with each other. I feel like that has not happened. And so I think it's for us, and honestly, it's like I hear a lot of rhetoric. I don't hear what the solution is. And I've been involved with, Article 80 review, how we're going to make these processes work for the people. It's something like I care deeply about, and I will be working on, with my colleagues in the committee in the mayor's office and my friends and neighbors in my district, because I want to see people come to this process and feel like they've had, a place and their voices have been heard. It does bring to mind a George Carlin routine. He's got a bit of things you never hear, and one of them is like, "Hey Joe, hand me that piano." Another thing I think I've never heard is, "Oh, I really enjoyed that community process. That was great." So, I do think that we've got to find a way to people, if there is, I don't know if it's ever been said before, and it's something that we have to work on. I've been here with you since 10 a.m. I think that's a very important thing, and I look forward to working on it, and look forward to working with my colleagues on these issues in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes.
Can I just respond really
Absolutely.
quickly? Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Weber. I appreciate those comments, but I'd like to just take a little bit of a response to that. You said that you're disturbed to learn that we feel like there wasn't a community process.
Not to learn, but it's disturbing to hear
us.
from community.
Okay. I think that could have been, all of this could have this never had to happen if the city had given the community options. And the city did not give us options. It said this way or the highway. No plan B. We were not giving any alternatives. So you started on the wrong foot to begin with, okay? The Franklin Park Action Plan was successful because it engaged people, truly engaged people. When you start off by saying, here's the plan, and you're gonna you're gonna have to like it, and maybe we'll change a couple little things about it. Yeah, you're starting off on the wrong foot. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I would also like to respond that it would help. Okay, the city is.
Just wait 1 second.
There you go. There, let it go.
Okay, the city. All right, the city is responsible for initiating an inquiry, a process, et cetera, to result in equitable, all the noise the city of Boston makes nationally about racial equity and environmental justice and climate change. You think it would be better, frankly, than any other city in the country at following steps and processes to affect those goals, as opposed to all the rhetoric and the performative behavior. And I want to say that it's just not the administration's fault, but there are other people in elected office in this body, in the state legislature, in the Senate, who have not asked any questions, and at best, frankly, with all due respect, like yourself, pass through what you glean and hear to your constituents from the mayor's office and whoever's behind, pushing this, as opposed to vice versa, encouraging and exacting what you just asked for. It was not for them to talk to one another, but for them to collectively talk to the city with your proactive, open-minded engagement, and not as a cheerleader or a shill for the mayor's project. And I say that quite bluntly, frankly, and respectfully. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. And as the sole brave voice on that panel, go.
I'm just gonna stay awkward. So I just, specifically the question that Councilor Murphy, you asked, or the point you made about the costs and whether our young people and our families would actually benefit, and the exorbitant price of Red Sox tickets, which is a real serious thing, and the pro soccer tickets being $50 to $74 on average. So as a family living in Dorchester, one of our points of pride is that we never pay to go to Red Sox games. We have found every way to not pay, right? So my kids have to read the books so they can get the Read Your Way to Fenway, and then they get the free tickets, and then we'll go to the game. But also, the Red Sox Foundation does incredible things in the community. I coach in the RBI program, and I bring 20 or more young girls and their families who have never been to Fenway Park to Fenway Park every year, and they get to spend time. They've met athletes, they've met professional baseball players. So my expectation is, and that's just to be clear, my expectation is that this professional women's soccer team that we're treating as if they're some pariahs coming in to steal all our money are going to be good community partners like the Red Sox, who are going to spend money and resources in the neighborhood and be mentors to our kids and provide internships to our kids, and all the things that I see the Red Sox Foundation do all the time. And I would be the first person to push for that expectation, that if an organization is going to come and spend money, they're also going to provide opportunities and give back and give tickets and give access to the athletes. And I'm not going to solve every problem, and this is the process. I understand people's frustration with the process, and I really appreciated Councilor Fitzgerald's thoughts and the way he shared the process being problematic. I hear that, and I'm not willing to say that we should let that impede an opportunity for young people that I, in my opinion, as a mom, as an athlete, as a coach, think would be incredibly beneficial to the children that I have coached in Dorchester for, upwards of 15 years.
Thank you.
Amen.
Oh, everybody, now see what you started, Councilor Weber? Everyone
No
say
clapping.
No clapping. Okay, Bobby, you're good.
Bobby,
30.
Bring it home, Bobby.
Yes, and then I got things.
I would like to point to Councilor Murphy and Councilor Weber around the missed buses. See, I'm a sports official as well. I'm a sports official in football and basketball, and it's atrocious. I'm not blaming the administration. I'm not blaming BPS because they schedule for these buses to come. But every week, there's a bus that has been missed, and kids have to take Ubers to get there.
That's right.
Just last night, situations are happening. So I understand exactly what you're saying, because looking at it from a point of view, these kids bust their humps to maintain a grade point average, to participate in an extracurricular activity, and to have it hold. They lose games if they don't show up correctly. And another point about Madison Park, and we only have 7 football teams. That's atrocious. Madison Park has not had a football team in 5 years. 5 years. So there's other things too to look at it. If this soccer group can come in and we get money to help out and get all these donors to help out, it's just not the benefit of Madison Park. It's for everybody, and I'm done.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so I look at all of these people want to, what? There's a protocol. You did public testimony.
Yeah.
Sarah. Okay, Sarah, you can have a minute of my time. I know none of my colleagues are ever going to come back to any of my hearings. Like literally, I know. Literally, you know what, Sarah? I'm giving you some of my time, but 30 seconds.
30 seconds to Ann.
Sarah.
Commend your speaking out. The difference with Fenway Park, to me, and what we're talking about here, Franklin Park is not a development site. A big part of the issue is they're transforming Franklin Park into a development. Sorry.
Park wasn't.
All right, y'all can take that offline. We will not be using my time for all of this. Sarah and Ann, y'all, wait, my turn. I am reclaiming my time. Okay, so I do have some questions. Thank you, Professor. We appreciate you being here. You do not have to stay until tomorrow. You can go while you can.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. We appreciate you here, and we look forward to continuing the conversation. I wanted to just, because we heard a lot, and I know we're going to have the administration panel, and I do have some questions for the community panel. So, you know, the first time that I went to the Arboretum was when my daughter, who was in Girl Scouts, was invited, and I didn't even realize that it was free. I didn't even know that I could go in there without having to pay. That's number one. And that was like that was like maybe less than 8 or 9 years ago. And the first time that I went to Columbus Park, I think is in the North End, some beautiful park, was as a candidate, as an elected official, was the first time that I went to a park down in the North End, right? And it's a beautiful park. There's like everything there. And it's really interesting that as someone who grew up here in the city of Boston and understanding all of the assets and all of the greenery that is around us, is that when we talk about White Stadium in particular, we're not looking at our entire stock of parks and how we have shown up for Boston Commons, the assets and the investments that we make. There's never any real penny pinching, but like there's something that is not settling well with me as it relates to White Stadium and the way we've been moving. And I think that the community process, and I will say it again, I don't care how many community meetings the administration has attempted to have. I always am, as someone who grew up on the other side of this conversation, know that those who are most impacted don't know how to navigate conversations, don't understand. You know, it's difficult because we got 2 to 3 jobs, we got a lot going on. We don't have the privilege to just show up. So I just want to be really clear about who has had the mic and how we are accounting for that mic time. And so while I appreciate the efforts of the administration, I am going to stand on the side that the system and the whole entire process has been flawed, both on White Stadium and Madison Park. Because as someone who worked in the education space, right, as a parent, as a BPS mom and a BPS graduate, Madison Park has always been the stepchild
Right.
when it comes to any conversation. And so the fact that we have been having this conversation now 13 years later, and we're being told to wait again, what do you think that communicates to the students who are there now? And when they were trying to move O'Brien to West Roxbury, we put a stop to that, this council. So I reject the notion that we don't have the power to make things happen. The problem that we have is the political will to do it. And I want to be really clear about that. If we really want to utilize our political capital on the things that we say that we care about, that we will be using our political capital on making sure that Madison Park can be shovel-ready in 2025, regardless of whether or not we get additional funding from whoever that may be, and that we have a timeline for it, and that we acknowledge that on the other side of Jamaica Plain, there's been a lot of folks from the other side of the situation who have come to this chamber here because this is the only place where they felt really heard and affirmed. And the fact that we had to have a public hearing downtown for people to be heard and fully expressed, because normally there's only 2-minute timers and we've had a lot of discussion here, says and speaks volumes to the flaw. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that there's still work to do on both counts. And so my question is for you, Melissa, right, Melissa? Were you part of the Franklin Park Action Plan?
Yes.
As a member? As a coalition member?
I'm a Franklin Park Coalition member. I am not a board member, but I am a member.
Okay, because you said that something changed.
Yes.
There was a level of high engagement, and then everybody disappeared,
Yep.
and then they came back with a plan.
Yes.
I'm curious, and this is a question that I'm going to ask the administration, so I want to hear it from you too, but I'm going to ask you. There is, in part of the community benefits, an agreement here that the Franklin Park Action Plan gets $1 per ticket to fund the Franklin Park Action Plan. Can you explain what is that?
Well, the Franklin Park Coalition gets a percentage of ticket sales kicked back to them for maintenance for the Franklin Park. And that was something that the city negotiated with the Franklin Park Coalition. I wasn't a part of that. I'm not a board member. I mean, I have no problem with money going back to the Franklin Park Coalition because they do great work, but it does sort of raise eyebrows about whether or not they're fully representing the community, or if there's, some agreement that we're not privy to. The coalition has traditionally been a great organization and has been a volunteer organization and run great programming, and I support them. I'm a member, but I feel like they're not really truly representing all the communities that surround Franklin Park right now. I think they failed in that obligation as a quote-unquote coalition. And I think that when you start to take money from a plan, you become slightly biased in how you're going to present the case that doesn't represent necessarily everybody's feelings.
Okay, so I want Councilor Durkin to note for the record that she presented a question about ethics earlier in regards to some of our designers or some of the folks who were part of but I think that there also is a matter of disclosure here in regards to this that I think on the record I just want to put it there.
Yeah, and just an aside, there was also an annual meeting where a lot of us came to the annual meeting, the Franklin Park Coalition annual meeting, and asked to be elected into the board so we could have a voice. And it devolved into a very problematic meeting, which was followed up by a Zoom meeting, which we were basically shut out because they decided to do proxy votes, and they got their people to basically overwhelm the voting process. So there's a lot of issues I have, and I can tell you more about that in another conversation.
Yeah. And I know, Derek, you want to say something, but I know that Evelise needs to leave, so I'm going to ask a question specifically to Evelise, because you work in the family and parent engagement space, and I'm curious, having navigated so many spaces and places, what would you recommend in the case of Madison Park in terms of what a real community engagement process should look like moving forward so that they can take some notes and perhaps do things differently moving forward? What would that look like?
So they have, just to make it clear that they have made some level of efforts, but they've been meeting with different groups in silos, right? My recommendation would be is to bring all those people together. And if it has to be over Zoom, because it might be convenient for folks, there has to be also alternatives, in-person meetings to give availability to those who are not as tech savvy or comfortable with that method, and then expand it a little bit to the multilingual community as well. So the Zoom has an interpretation feature where folks are able to get interpreters. So I think that that's also another intentionality to make sure that we broaden the groups that we're engaging, because if we're looking at the student body, where Bobby mentioned the majority of them are ELL learners, so English learners, so I'm assuming that the parents probably don't speak English. And so I think the intentionality by bringing the diverse communities that they serve, the different groups that are invested and interested in this process, as well as the different ages, right? Like the different methods of meetings. I think that that would be a way to make sure that it's an equitable process, and that is no longer about reporting to us about what decisions have been made, but that we're a part of making those decisions collectively.
Thank you.
And I would like to add to that the city has done well in doing that at the assistance of, because I sit on the school parent and school site council, have I done for the 13 years, and they have improved that. The transparency, they just met with the school site council, and they have met with the school parent council on the Madison Park renovation, and it's kept them up to date. It could be improved like anything else, but teachers, they have been doing that. The city definitely hasn't do that. This is the best year that we've had close to like 40, 50 parents on. So they do know. And the school site council is the governing body. And they have been doing that part, and as well as the students and the teachers do.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so.
Mr. Evans says quantity versus quality. They've met, but they told you nothing. And one of you, part of the parent council, can tell you the status of the design process and where they want to take the school. That's all. Yes.
Okay, Derek. And then we're going to transition to the admin panel.
I think that's one of the reasons why it's so important to solicit, look for, and honor the wisdom of our elders. Whenever you hear Professor Bluestone, Jean McGuire, in her case, describe Franklin Park, him describing Madison as the most important educational institution, in 30 seconds, he makes a compelling case, an irrefutable case. In 30 seconds, she makes an irrefutable case about what is important to retain and what is maybe not there to be considered for alteration. The same with Louis Elisa. I don't know how many people realize that, but in a black community in America, Boston's the only one that I know of that has a former Clinton-era regional administrator of FEMA attending local community meetings about land use planning and 80-year disinvestment disaster recovery. I mean, what more could you ask for as in-house expertise? Thank you, Mr. Flynn, for recognizing it and having so for years, even though you've often been on different sides of the issue at times, right? I mean, so for God's sake, what we have instead, and no offense to the city's folks, but most of you don't. There's been a generational gap in terms of how people are taught what, frankly. Somebody said here they weren't well, I'm more analog than digital, and I'm glad I am, because as a result, I know things that are not digitized, but that are absolutely true about the community that I live in here in Mississippi, about American history or anything else. And so we just want to make sure we don't have a situation where the blind are leading the blind and calling that a stab at qualitative and quantitatively authentic process. Because somewhere, and that's why we have a Boston Landmarks Commission. And that is why we have the Black Men and Boys Advancement Commission. And that's why we have, the things that have come out of this body. I'm telling you, don't keep sending them out of this body and letting this city not live into them, because this man who y'all think is the worst tyrant in the world, who was sworn in yesterday, is going to make a hell of a lot of hay in the next 4 years about Boston's failure to keep its high-minded promises about progressive, woke, and he's going to say BS. I don't think it's BS in intent, but that's where we are. And frankly, White Stadium at Madison Park are the Judas goat of where the city's going to go on this. So it's bigger than White Stadium, and it's bigger than Madison Park, but they are two very important.
Yeah.
The last shall be first.
Yeah. Okay, Elise.
I'm sorry. I want to add something else too. Like, what are my suggestions? One of the things that he mentioned was how they expect us to show up, but then we're not prepared to know the full process, to ask the right questions, to know how to fully engage meaningfully. And so one of my suggestions is, instead of giving us these very cute PowerPoint presentations each and every time over and over again with the same information that leads us nowhere, I think that there's an opportunity for them to actually teach a lot, like define a lot of things for the people who might not understand some of the acronyms, some of the processes, some of how we got to where we are. So I think that there also needs to be intentionality about preparing the people on how they show up, not just to check off and say they showed up.
That's right. And I think part of the efficiency, okay, we're going to be here until tomorrow if I keep going back and forth, but I think that part of the efficiency is also understanding that when we're collecting data, it's not just general data, because we don't know if you live in the neighborhood. Yeah, you have 500 people in there, but how many of them actually live in the surrounding area? Because sometimes we send a lot of people to meetings and they don't even live in the neighborhood, right? So I just think it's important for us to be a little bit more mindful of how we're capturing information, and we're not going to go back and forth. No. Okay.
Good.
Thank
Good
you.
idea.
Okay.
Hallelujah.
Well, we're not done. We're done with. So here's what I'm going to ask you all to do as panelists. If for those who are interested, I bring in the administration, we do their panel, and then we do Q&A. I also allow and invite those who've spoken already to just do their final remarks, just the way counselors do. If you want to, you can stay. If not, this will be your time to, take back your rest of your time. Yes. So I'm going to ask the administration panel to make their way down. Y'all don't go too far, because I need some truth tellers and seekers here. And I want to know if there are any members of the public here from Madison Park or White Stadium that haven't spoken and are interested in speaking. Because while we transition, I'd like to give another round of folks an opportunity to speak. If you've spoken, you're done for the night, okay? If you haven't, you still have an opportunity to. Karen, I can see why you're the executive director. You are making things happen. Go ahead. You got 2 minutes. Go.
Thank you very much. I think that part of the misunderstanding or the difference of opinion about whether or not there's been a process is because you're talking about a community process, which I actually don't think ever allowed the community to have any real decision making and the fundamental questions at hand. So the things the community got to weigh in on was the color of the edge of the stadium, the width of the paths, the things like that. But the question about whether or not this would be a stadium for a professional for-profit organization, that it would have a lease, that it would not have alternatives proposed, those were all decided already, unfortunately, by the administration. And the proposal was, so the process that occurred all after all of the key decisions had already been made. So when people are talking about process, yes, there were meetings. There were meetings where people were shown a shuttle bus plan and people said, wow, that looks complicated and problematic. I don't know if that's going to work. So those conversations happened, and I suppose there was a shuttle bus route adjustment here and there, but the fundamental question about would you like to have this or this? Would you like to have a smaller renovation of a public stadium for the kids? Or would you like to have a private stadium or a facility that is going to be 2 acres larger that takes down 145 trees? Those are the questions that weren't posed. And I think you guys all get that sense now. I'm hoping that that's not unclear. But yes, there were a lot of meetings, but not about anything fundamental to the project. And what we're all talking about here is the fundamentals of the project. We're not talking about whether or not the shade of the stadium is wrong, or if the lighting is going to disrupt the migratory paths too much. We're talking about the fundamental questions of democratic community self-determination. This is exactly what went wrong in the 1950s and 1960s in America, and I thought we were in a different place, and I was wrong. And I'm hoping that I am right. I'm hoping that we can get to a different place. The city of Boston has had an amazing history of urban renewal that mowed down the heart of Boston with the south and creating what was going to be a highway, and it was stopped by leaders here. It was stopped by the community, and the leadership of this city did something different. And I'm hopeful that we can. I believe we can make an amazing stadium for the city of Boston. I think we can make it a wonderful park for less than $200 million, which is the plan before you of public and private dollars. I believe it can be done for less. We have been putting forward alternatives and suggestions for a long time. Finally, because no one was doing it, we put out a very detailed one with the most detailed cost estimate that I believe you have to date. And I hope that we have the leadership in this city to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good job. Found other ways to make noise. Okay. So, I'm going to give the administration panel an opportunity to do a presentation. I don't know if you have PowerPoints or if you just want to respond to some of the things that you heard. I think it's really important in this process for you all to utilize your mic to clear things up, provide some context to certain things that you've heard, because a lot of people are tuning in, and it's important for us to really understand the full picture, right? This is why we have public hearings. And I also want to acknowledge that I know it's not easy to hear, right? You come into this chamber and you hear all the things that you could have done differently. And I just want to acknowledge that I know that it is not easy to be the receiver of that, because I'm oftentimes on the other side of this conversation too. So understand how difficult it is, but appreciate you all being here all day. And we'll be here until tomorrow. Just joking. Go ahead, Dion. Chief.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we're professional receivers, so we take feedback and try to improve all the time. I wish that we could respond to everything that's been said, because there are a lot of things that have been said that are inaccurate, that are a little bit offensive. However, as public officials, we can't take it personal, but I do want to clear up for the record something that was stated that should be corrected, is that the dollar surcharge per ticket would be going to the Parks Commission, not to the Franklin Park Coalition. So I think that is that's something that needs to be cleared up.
Okay, thank you. But just for the record, it says here ticket surcharge $1 per ticket to fund the Franklin Park Action Plan.
The action plan, yes.
Correct.
Not to the coalition group.
But who does the action plan?
That's the Parks Department.
But who works with the Parks Department?
So the Parks Commission would be the administrator of those funds.
I know, but what role did the Franklin Park Coalition play in this?
The only role they played was to give us the idea to negotiate the dollar per ticket in order to get more money on top of the $500,000 to go towards the action plan.
Okay, great. Thank you. See why it's important to have hearings, right? Because you hear things. I reacted to what I heard. I asked the question, and I'm glad that you were able to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So I'll give just an opening overview, and then have Diana can talk about some of the engagement around White Stadium and Tali around Madison Park. But we're happy to be here all day. If we want to stay here all night, we can. I've been here probably as late until 11 o'clock, because this is an important topic, and we would have been happy to be here even prior to today for a city council hearing. As you know, we've held a lot of engagement and not just meetings. So I want to be very clear that we have a team of folks, Luke is here and Anshi, and folks who have been engaging in all types of different ways. If folks wanted to come to their living rooms, we've done that. We meet people wherever they're at, have one-on-ones, have briefings, as well as the larger community meetings. And I will say that there is a lot of support, and one of the things that we've constantly heard from supporters is that it's sometimes a challenge to come to some of the forums where they feel like their voices aren't heard, and sometimes it's the same people speaking over and over again. So we feel like those community meetings are important, but we also feel that it's important to engage other people in different ways and meet them where they're at. But Diana will get more into the details about that. But I want to say that our process has been transparent all the way through, right? From talking, the lease and getting feedback as to what should be in the lease to construction schedule. I think we said months ago that we were looking at the fall, actually, but we would not commence with any construction activities until we had a lease and everyone had an opportunity to review that lease. So every step of this process, we have been transparent and trying our best to engage and improve our engagement. I want to just touch on quickly on Madison Park and then turn it over to Diana. But the mayor agrees with Professor Bluestone and everyone who thinks that Madison Park is an important institution to the city. That is why Madison Park and White Stadium were two of the priority projects that the mayor announced early in her administration. This school has seen the most progress since it was built. However, we all know this should have been done a long time ago, and we all wanted it done yesterday. That is why when we initiated this project, our goal was not to go through the MSBA. We wanted to have a fast path, and we had other projects that we wanted to go through the MSBA pipeline. However, we're at a point in time where, given the rising costs across all of our projects and the budget that we're trying to manage and ensure that we're not shortcutting what we have heard and what we believe that Madison Park needs to be that state-of-the-art institution, to be the model for the state, we feel as though at this point that we should pursue state funding. However, that is not a decision that we can make solely. That is a decision that has to be made via community engagement, which we already had a meeting scheduled before this hearing, through the city council, where we'd have to present and get all the details and get the council support. This is also something that would need to be voted on by the school committee prior to us even submitting an application. So it's false to say that we just made a decision when there was a process to this decision that includes the city council and the school committee.
While you're looking for your notes, I just have a clarifying question. Sorry. So when is the application due for the fund?
The deadline is April.
April. Okay. So we're because there has been an assumption that the decision was already made. So I'm glad that you're clarifying. So no decision has been made, right? A decision has been made, but we need your approval right. And the school committee's approval. Right. So, but you also need the community's approval, right? Because some of the folks that were here are not in support of, pursuing that fund. So that's what we have a community meeting scheduled to explain everything that we've done, where we are, and why we think that this is the best path forward. Okay. In terms of ongoing engagement, we've been meeting monthly with the Friends of Madison Park, as well as other engagement activities that Tali will get into more details on. Let me just say one more thing that I heard come up before I turn it over, is that we are also committed, that we apply in April, we'll know in December, but we're still committed to seeking philanthropy and other funding sources so we're not just waiting on whether or not that's approved, and there's quite a bit of work that's already been done. So we have a backup plan. However, it would be a tremendous help for the city to be able to get state support on this project. I will stop there and turn it over to Diana. And I also want to note for the record that we did invite members of BPS, the community engagement folks, but there is a school committee happening tonight. I did offer to have them go first, earlier, and maybe even virtual. So unfortunately, in regards to BPS family community engagement, we're going to rely on Tally, who's also been very much in the weeds. So we believe that you might be able to provide some input in regards to the community engagement process for BPS. And if not, then we totally understand.
Yeah, we'll definitely do the best we can, but as you said, there is a school committee meeting, and BPS typically takes a lot of time to prepare for those meetings. Diana?
Thank you. And Chair, I really appreciate you also giving us the time to respond to all the feedback that we've received today. I think certainly in all of our roles here, our goal has been to try to be as responsive as possible. And democracy is hard. It is hard to harmonize different perspectives, to arrive at solutions that better our students, that better the community. And there are a lot of trade-offs along the way. And, you know, although not every perspective gets their way, it is this process, right, in this dialogue, and we certainly appreciate this venue to continue to hear that feedback and work on how we can improve the work that will be delivered by this project and will be delivered for students. But I do want to note that the work that has been done today has certainly, without a doubt, been impacted by the community feedback that we've received to date. I certainly understand that there is reservation on the particular type of partnership being able to sort of deliver on this project, but we have responded and we have tried to sort of meet the community where they are in terms of where those concerns are and try to address them every step of the way. And I also want to note that, you know, it's hard to do this, right? That it's the reason why no other mayor has taken on the renovation of White Stadium, why no other administrations have taken on the hard work to go ahead and make an improvement in White Stadium and deliver on this promise for, you know, historically disinvested communities. So I really appreciated Gracie's comments earlier around it is important to understand the lack of investment that is coming to this neighborhood and the mayor's commitment to ensure that we're not giving up on these communities and that this partnership is a way in which we could achieve that investment and do it in a fiscally responsible way. That still retains the ownership of BPS as the landlord, as the owner of this particular facility. And, you know, I do want to say that there, as Dion mentioned, there have been numerous public meetings and forums where we've met, you know, gone to people's houses or had one-on-one conversations, and that still is true today. We still have lines. We have a dedicated 311 line. We have a White Stadium email, and we try to be as responsive as possible and respond in person when those in-person meetings are requested. So I certainly want to note that there's been a tremendous amount of energy by the staff working on this, and we care deeply about delivering something that benefits students and benefits our community.
I'll chime in with just a couple words about Madison Park. So first, I want to really thank you, Councilor Mejia, and thanks to all of the alumni and partners and families and other champions of Madison Park who took time out of their day to be here today. We know that, well, this particular project started about 2 years ago. Advocacy for Madison Park has been a decades-long endeavor, and the people in this community that care about Madison Park have been pushing for investments in this school and this building for many, many years. And so we carry those many decades of advocacy very closely with us as we move forward with this project. The programming and feasibility study that Chief Irish mentioned started 2 years ago and had many different opportunities to gather community feedback that really have meaningfully shaped the educational vision that drives everything that's come after it. Many of the notes from those sessions are posted online, so I won't read through everything that we heard. We got an amazing amount of, immense amount of feedback from students, families, educators. We tried to use a lot of different strategies to hear that feedback, knowing that not everyone likes to contribute in the same types of forums. So we did larger format community meetings. We also did a lot of smaller stakeholder sessions. We did focus groups with students and families and teachers. We did particular focus groups with particular career technical education teachers to get, specific input on the hospitality program, specific input on the plumbing program, et cetera. And we did lots of sort of informal pop-ups, a session at the Madison Park freshman orientation, other family events at the school like that to gather feedback. I'll highlight just a couple of themes that really rose to the top through that process that have shaped the direction we moved in. The first thing I'll say is there is a huge need to better integrate the academic and the vocational instruction that students at Madison receive, and that means integrating the academic and the vocational spaces. Right now, those spaces are clearly delineated in the building. They are not integrated, and there's a huge opportunity in the redesign of the physical facility to also redesign how students are getting their education, and recognizing that vocational and academic instruction are really intertwined to provide a well-rounded experience to students. The second thing we heard is a clear desire to maintain a wide array of different career technical education programs at Madison. Madison is the only comprehensive voc tech school in Boston. There are other schools that offer 1 or 2 CTE programs, but Madison has 20. It offers everything from cosmetology to culinary to electricity to plumbing to marketing. You know, anything, any good, stable, well-paying job in Boston, you should be able to get prepared for that job at Madison. And it was really important to community members, even as we think about adding new programs and evolving the programs to meet the modern need, the needs of Boston's modern economy, that we really maintain a wide array of diverse programs. And the third thing we heard was that there's a huge need to open up the school and the programs more to the public and to the community. Looking at voc tech schools across the state and across the region, schools that have cosmetology shops will make their services available to residents of the community to come in and get their nails done or get a haircut, similar with the cafe run by the culinary program. This happens at Madison across many programs, but it doesn't happen enough. Again, some of that is driven by the physical facility. There are ways to design a building that make those programs more open to the community, but much of it doesn't require a new building, and we're working right now to open up those programs back to the community like many of them were in the past. So those are, I think, 3 top lines that have driven all of the design planning that's come since that study wrapped up. I'll just very quickly, since that study wrapped up, and as we've been moving forward, procuring an owner's project manager and getting much more specific about different design concepts and the cost estimates associated with each of those plans. We looked at many different options, but sort of settled on looking at a renovation option and a new build option. Over the last 6 or so months, we've met many times with the school site council, the school parent council, with the Madison Park staff, looking at those different options and talking about the pros and cons of each approach. And I will say we heard pretty, close to unanimously that folks in Madison are concerned about the disruption that a swing space strategy would present. If you renovate the existing building, students have to go somewhere. It's, in a voc tech school, it is more complicated than just finding one other site. You need to find 20 other sites to relocate each of the different CTE programs. We did a lot of work to map out partnerships across the city, and in many cases identified places where students could go and receive their vocational instruction for 3 or so years, or the length of the project. We think it is possible, but it would be enormously disruptive to the school community to have students traveling back and forth every day, and we think really harmful to the sense of cohesion of the school community. So I would say, from the school leader on down, the staff, the families, the students who are in Madison every day, I would say close to unanimously preferred a new build option where they were able to maintain, stay in their building while the project went forward, and then move into the building once it was done. We, as Chief Irish mentioned, we have a community meeting coming up next week. We have been talking about the MSBA strategy or plan with different stakeholder groups over the last 2 months or so, and look forward to having a broader conversation on the topic next week at the community meeting, and then coming to the school committee for approval or for consideration, and to the city council for consideration as well before the April deadline.
I'm gonna have my colleagues ask questions, but I have something that I just help me understand this really quick. Now, let's go through this process. If you're gonna bring the concept of applying for the fund, the RFP, to the community meeting that you're having next week, right?
28th.
The 28th. So let's just walk through the process. If you go to that meeting and the majority of the families, because if we're gonna honor community voice, if they say, we don't want it, will you still pursue it, or just because because I need to get things on the record, because what happens is that we say we hear people, but just provide some context that even if they say no, you're still going to apply, because I think the real question for folks is that they want to hear you say that we're going to move the project. We're going to do both. We're going to apply, and we're going to continue forward with Madison Park, I guess.
So both. So we're going to continue forward at Madison Park, but based on our review, the fiscal reality of where we are, we intend to apply. However, for us to do so, we need City Council and School Committee to approve the application.
But I'm talking about community engagement first, right? Because
Yeah, so we're going to present that to the community to explain like the journey of where we are, what we've been trying to manage, and where we are now in terms of what we think is the next step forward.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna go through the process, and I'm gonna come back for some clarity. Councilor Flynn, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to clarify one issue is there wasn't anything mentioned about project labor agreement as it related to construction. There was something in there, a labor piece for concessions, but not on construction itself. Is that accurate?
I think we'd like to get back to you, Glenn, when we have our legal team review the lease and provide that feedback.
Okay. If both projects are important to the administration, obviously Madison Park and in the stadium, White Stadium, why? It does seem to me that Madison Park was placed on the back burner. In the soccer league or this new league or new team wasn't really talked about, and then once there was a discussion about the soccer league, everything about Madison Park kind of went to the side of the road there. Unfortunately, it seems like the soccer league and private profits move ahead over Madison Park, and it's been stalled for a number of years. But I just wanted to highlight that point. Is that accurate to say?
No, you may say that, but that is incorrect.
Okay. Well, how would you clarify it then?
So both projects were announced by the mayor early in her term as priority projects that she wanted to pursue. At that time, we called it the Green New Deal for BPS.
Okay.
We have been working on Madison Park ever since then.
My final point, I was at a city council meeting, I don't know, a year ago, and someone brought it up. I pushed back on one of my colleagues about me wanting to ask questions about the Landmark Commission. And my colleagues on the city council pushed back on me and said, hey, Councilor Flynn, we're not talking about that. And I said, what do you mean we're not talking about that? They said, that's not the jurisdiction of the city council. It did have something to do with the White Stadium. So was there an issue with the Landmark Commission in terms of members of the board resigned and or were fired because of something affiliated with White Stadium? I just want to clarify what happened.
So I can say that is inaccurate. However, I cannot speak to a personnel matter.
No, I'm talking about many members of the board of the Landmark Commission. What was the issue with the reason many of them have left the board? Was it because of White Stadium?
I can't comment on that. We can certainly follow up with the new director of OHP. When White Stadium was voted on, it was voted on unanimously by the existing commission in place before some of these commissioners resigned.
Oh, so the Landmark Commission, in terms of one person leaving the board, had nothing to do. I just want to be clear. Had nothing to do with White Stadium at all.
We can't. That's a personnel decision, and we can't respond to that. But that is not. They're not related.
Okay, wait. Hold on. First of all, 2 things. All right, play. 1, the timer has already gone off. Derek, we're in a different panel, so you're gonna have to wait because we can't. You're gonna. Yeah, sorry. This is. So just wanted to let you know.
I know I've been patient, but I do want to ask some direct questions, and I think this is the time for me to ask the direct questions. If people don't want me to ask direct questions.
No, I want you to ask questions. Don't be trying to flip my script. But you can ask the question. I'm not trying to say you can't. I want you to ask the question, Councilor Flynn. I just want to make sure that you know that the timer went off. But go ahead and ask the question.
I won't ask anymore.
No, go ahead, ask the question. I'm gonna wait for you. I'm gonna give you an extra minute. First, are you understanding the questions that Councilor Flynn is asking you?
Let me try to. Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to be confrontational, but my colleagues did push back on me when I asked about the Landmark Commission and what impact it had on White Stadium, and I was basically shut down from speaking on it. And I would like to know, did the Landmark Commission have anything to do at all with White Stadium? And when one or more members of the Landmark Commission left their board, did it have anything to do with White Stadium? I think it's a fair question. It's an appropriate question. And I don't know the answer to that, Madam Chair.
I don't either.
I'm just looking for an answer.
So for the record, are any of you equipped to be able to provide my colleague with the answer that he's seeking in regards to the Landmarks Commission and the association it may have with White Stadium? If you don't know, state that. If you have any insight, please provide it.
So I think the only thing we can speak to is what is on the record, which is that the Landmarks Commission did vote unanimously to approve the concept design for White Stadium and was remanded the details to subcommittee, which is where it currently is, going through its review process. We cannot speak to the particular decisions of a particular commissioner and their decision to leave.
Okay, thank you. Is that fair, Councilor Flynn?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah. I think we're going to have a part 2 and 3 to this particular situation, because every time that we hear something, there's another layer that we need to unpack and uncover. So I feel like we're going down the rabbit hole here. And I really do believe, and I find that there's lots of discrepancy with the fact that we've already started demolition, especially during MLK weekend. Could not believe that we did such a thing. That part. Councilor Murphy and then Councilor Weber.
Thank you. So we're a rich city, and we talk about that a lot, especially as we head into budget season and our amendment powers and how much money, hundreds of millions, we have in reserves. But if you could walk me through the timeline, because I do remember when Mayor Wu's Green New Deal, it just got a new name. You know, Mayor Walsh had his facilities plan for the needed renovations and buildings and all for our schools. When did it go from being a priority, so it made it on her original, if that's what I'm hearing, and if you could clarify that, to here we are today needing to share it and sell part of it off? Because if you're able to own your own home, you don't start renting out rooms to neighbors just because you can, right? You want to have it all for yourself. So I think like an analogy I'm thinking is, you're a family of 5, but you start to rent out 2 bedrooms just because there's something that you want to support. So they take over some of your home, even though you could afford to have had it for your own family, and your kids are sharing bedrooms or sleeping, over at your aunt's house because you can't all fit there anymore. So when did we go from putting White Stadium renovation, which I applaud, on the plans, to being here where we're not going to do it on our own, and it's only going to go forward with this partnership? Because then in the community feedback I've been getting from the beginning, I feel like that's a big part of where the trust started to fall apart. Like, why did it then have to be? Because if we didn't have enough money, we could have downscaled, we could have done other things. But so if you could speak to that.
Yeah, so in general, I think as an administration, we are trying to be as creative as we can to finance projects, because there is a limited budget. That's why we're looking for creative ways to, like housing with public assets is another one of the strategies that we've employed. So with White Stadium, we were made aware that there was a team who had an interest, and we thought that this could be a good opportunity, and this has been publicly documented. We publicly put out a request for proposals for a partner who would be willing to finance a stadium to support BPS athletics. And so we've had meetings on that throughout the process, and that's how that evolved.
You were at all the meetings, all 3 of you probably were. Did you feel that when this first started, that we would be where we are today with demolition already starting and fences around White Stadium, but the community, a majority of the community and many of the elected officials feeling as though it's being rushed and should pause?
So can you repeat the question?
I guess it's a rhetorical question, but I'm saying the three of you all who were in powerful positions under this administration to make these decisions, you've been at all of these meetings. Did you anticipate that we would be here today, like on Wednesday at 6:30, a few days after demolition started, and a large majority, enough for us to be here, right? We listened to the community because we were hearing a lot of concerns. Did you anticipate this day to be here?
Well, I said we're here because a hearing was scheduled. If a hearing was scheduled last month, we would have been here last month or last year. So we've had a ton of engagement on this. So we expected that a project like any other projects of this scale in the city of Boston has historically been a challenge. So we expected it to be a challenge, and we expected there needed to be a lot of listening, making adjustments to community feedback, and getting to a place where we've gotten the approvals from all the different commissions and boards that Dan mentioned.
Could I ask about the lease? From the beginning, I was asking for the lease, and the 17Fs and other powers we have here on the council. I filed several hearing orders, 17F requests, and I was at the zoning meetings and others where we were approving before we even had the lease. We got the lease late in December, and the next day I requested a brief and was clear that I would request that the council has a briefing, because it was an example of, at least myself, maybe other colleagues had access to the lease beforehand, but that I'm reading in the newspaper and I'm watching a press conference that I wasn't invited to, but was zooming in, watching that, this is what the lease says, even though I had been asking for months for the lease, and then asked for a meeting with the council so you could talk to us about the lease that was finally shared with the public. But then it wasn't scheduled till after it was presented, so we weren't able to talk.
So, I'll start, and Diane can chime in, but a lot of the major commitments that are reflected in the lease were things that were agreed on through like Article 80 and these other processes. However, to put pen to paper and actually have the legal language to make sure that everything is reflective of that and we're protecting the city to the best extent possible, that takes like months of negotiation. So at the times you were asking for the lease, there was no lease, final lease that we could share at that point.
I have nothing to add.
And then I have a few questions. Councilor Weber, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's been a long day. Thank you for sticking around this long. I'm going to read out two things. One a constituent sent me, and it's it speaks to the project. It says BPS is primarily youth of color. An investment like this in White Stadium that's been proposed is generational. We keep hearing how Boston is not invested in maintaining White Stadium. In this case, the mayor is putting her money where her mouth is for racial equity, and that speaks volumes. I have to say that does speak volumes to me, and I understand arguments against it, but when I hear from folks comparing this decision to invest in White Stadium for BPS kids and comparing it to the blatantly racist policies of the 50s and 60s, you lost me. I think there's important questions to ask here, but some of the rhetoric around the opposition, it's not tied to the facts, and I wish it was more tied to the facts. I think we could have a more constructive conversation. Another thing I was sent, I think the whole committee was sent by somebody who's on the Eggleston Square Neighborhood Association, said, there has been a great deal of community outreach, transparency, and discussion on the part of the city with neighbors regarding the plans for White Stadium, including many meetings, emails, and up-to-date website and access to city staff. In my neighborhood, which is adjacent to White Stadium, city staff have held a number of meetings for our particular issues related to our proximity to the stadium, and importantly, our concerns were taken into account and are reflected in plan revisions. So it just, again, I think we're hearing two narratives here, and it's our job to try to help our constituents. Part of that is we need to be talking to each other and not past each other. I do feel like some of the rhetoric is just that, and it's not helpful in this process, which is very important that we go through and difficult. I guess my question is for Tali. If we can we go forward with renovating Madison Park at the same time as filing this application for outside funding?
No, we're still in the midst of we just started the design process for a renovation, so we don't have a completed design to be able to move forward at this point.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Weber. And as an at-large city councilor who grew up here during the height of the busing era, I know what it looks like to talk about racial discomfort here in the city of Boston. And I think it's really important for us to hold space, not just racial equity, but also diverse opinions. And so I really do appreciate you really bringing that into the space and understanding that sometimes what may sound like rhetoric to some people, it is trauma that we've carried into this space because we have lived and have overcome and have continued to feel disregarded and devalued around the things that we are fighting for. And I also understand that the investments that the administration is making and seeking for Franklin Park will benefit Black and brown students primarily. So I understand the tension here with both holding space for both of those things. And I will just name for the record, as an at-large city councilor, that I find it very interesting in terms of like the voices of D6 and D7. District 7, the majority of the folks who live in District 7 have not felt heard, right? They're the ones who I've seen more opposed. And then the folks who live in District 6, the majority of those folks are more receptive. And it feels like, hold on, we've heard from other places, but it's my turn. It's my turn. And I think it's important for me to keep my mic on. But I think it's important for us to recognize that there are discrepancies in terms of the level of information. And I always talk about information justice, right? There's like one thing to invite me to a meeting, but the other is to equip me with the tools and resources that I need to be able to totally engage and understand what Article 80 is and what review processes are. So when I talk about the disparities, not just the racial disparities, but the economic disparities that exist between districts, it's important to talk about it from a racial justice lens, because what happens here in the city of Boston is that we're really good at pitting people against each other. And I don't want that to be the appetite that we have here on this council with this particular issue. And I want to be responsible for the way I utilize my mic, and I want to name that there is a level of accountability that we need to take responsibility for, because if people don't feel like their voices have been heard, then I can't in good conscience say that the administration did everything in their power to really create a process in which people, low-income people, people who usually don't have the time or energy or the skills to participate in fully, to say that they have been heard. So I just want to name that tension in this discourse that we're having right now, because that is part of the community engagement process. And that is the opportunity for us to learn how we show up in community and to increase our budget if we need to do a better job at reaching hard to reach communities and being accountable to the fact that there are some voices who just, I can't have a room full of people who have not felt heard and then say, we've gone through a process. I cannot say that these folks have lied. Like, I can't deny what I have heard here. And I also know that I've gotten lots of emails of people who are also in support of it. Both things are true. But what is the most important part of that truth is that there is a racial equity issue here as it relates to the things that happen to our community, the way they happen to our community, and that is the truth of the matter. That is the truth of the matter. There is no rhetoric here. The truth is the truth. People of color and low-income communities usually have to bear the brunt of the decisions that are being made from people who have access to information and the privilege of being able to participate. And I want to name that as truth. And now, while we might go back and forth, Councilor Weber, and we might disagree, I'm not here to whether I approve or, or oppose the plan. For me, it's really about how people feel in the work that we're trying to do here. And I know you wanted to rebuttal, and I'm going to give you the opportunity to do so.
No, yeah, thank you very much, Chair. And I just, in terms of the narrative on the difference between District 6 and District 7, I think many of the people today who said they didn't feel they were heard are in District 6. So I think it depends on how you feel about the project and how you feel about the process that the mayor's office has run. But I'm saying a lot of people, I think, possibly the majority of people who are in this room today with us all day were from District 6. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. Because maybe I just made all types of assumptions, but I appreciate the clarity. Thank you. That still does not negate the truth of the matter, because in the neighborhoods that are going to be mostly impacted by the decisions that are being made are Black and brown. I think that still stands, and I think that regardless of whether or not Black and brown people are here to speak for themselves, and it's still to be determined. So I have some questions, and then I'm going to go to you, Derek. So you talked about your RFP. What role did community play in developing that RFP?
Good.
There was no community engagement on the RFP itself.
Okay. Do you find any fault? Do you think that that's a good practice, that you would work on developing an RFP on behalf of the community that we serve?
I think it's good to put out requests to see what proposals come back and see if those proposals warrant further, if they have merit to them to move forward.
No, that the question was, I want this is about community engagement, the role that community played in helping the administration draft up the RFP. What role did community play in that?
I already answered that question.
So then, because you said something about RFP, so they didn't. No, they did not. What can we learn from that is the follow-up question that I had.
So I guess my response is that RFPs are issued on many occasions, and then when we get proposals, if a proposal has merit to it, then you bring it to community.
Okay. All right. So the community. So once it's gone through the process first, then we.
When you get responses, yeah.
Okay. So when I established the reparations task force, one of the requirements was that community, the members actually played a role in drafting the RFP that went out. So I think just as a practice, it might be good in terms of community engagement, because that would be a really great intervention, because people could say, oh, y'all planning to do something? Let's talk about what that's going to look like. So I just want to name that. That would have been a great opportunity for community engagement. So I just want to name that for the record. Can you just talk through for me, what is your decision-making model? What does it look like?
Could you clarify on what particular?
So I know if I wake up in the morning, I'm going to decide whether I'm going to drink coffee or tea. And I go through, well, what do I feel like having? Now that as it relates to community engagement, how do you decide like what projects you pursue, how you decide to pursue them? Like just walk me through kind of how the administration is functioning, because what I have been seeing here, especially in this particular term, is that everything comes to the council literally like a fire hose. And we have like, and it's always presented like, if we don't do this, we're not gonna get that. That's what the O'Brien community went through that. They said, well, if you're not gonna approve, if you guys don't want the O'Brien, then you're not gonna get the O'Brien. Now it seems like the same process is if you're gonna fight back on White Stadium, then it's not gonna get renovated, right? It just seems like, I want to understand, because I don't believe that that's how y'all are rolling. So I want to give you all an opportunity to clarify, how do you decide which projects to go full steam ahead, and which projects do you decide to like, let me wheel it back a little bit? How do you get there?
I think I can speak to the design process and planning process for this, because that's what I was engaged in, and it was quite iterative. So that meant that, we first started with a series of sort of topic areas, like a transportation focused meeting, a design focused meeting, a landscape focused meeting, and then quickly learned that that was not enough to address the community concerns. So we revisited how we were going to do that and worked on a series of workshops and one-on-ones that could allow us to get into what are the design principles that define the project, how does this relate to the Secretary of the Interior standards for restoration and renovation on a landmark park. And it really was sort of iterative, right, in terms of like we were hearing feedback and pushback, and we had in specific focused area meetings to be able to address those concerns. And then, as I mentioned, like try to be as responsive as we could be with the project.
Okay, great. So now I'm going to have a follow-up to that, right? So in the case of Madison Park, right, what are the marching orders that the administration is providing y'all, number one? And two, I'd like, Tally, if you could talk about, if the design team is still moving forward, and if they'll be presenting their designs at the upcoming community meeting.
Sure.
So I'll start off with like marching orders is that Madison Park renovation and investments even prior to that is a priority for the mayor. So our marching orders is to continue moving forward with Madison Park.
Great, awesome, thank you for that.
Thank you. And I'll actually just add to that quickly, if I may. Councilor Weber, I think when I answered your question, I neglected to mention all of the smaller scale programmatic investments that we can make and will make in Madison, even before a new building comes. A lot of the things that Madison needs don't require a new building to start moving on them. So those are investments that we, working with Mr. Neal, the school leader, and the team at Madison, are moving forward on. I'm sorry, Councilor, could you repeat the second part of your question?
Yeah, I'm curious about whether or not you're going to present those plans at the community meeting.
Yes, we'll present the design concepts that we've been sharing over the last couple of months with the school site council, the school parent council, the Friends of Madison Park, and others. We'll share them with the full community as well.
Perfect. Because I'm a process person, it would be helpful to know, going back to my question about your decision-making model, once you've heard from the community, how would you move forward? What does that process look like?
Yeah, I think at every step along the way, we try to create entry points for people who may not have been involved from the very, very beginning to start participating and understand where we've been and where we're going. So, it's important to remind people about the feedback that we received through the programming and feasibility study, whether or not, you may have not been a Madison Park student when that launched or a Madison Park parent, but reminding people that we gathered feedback, here are some of the priorities we heard, and here's how those translate into design. I think, again, at every step of the way, we've been as transparent as we can be about the trade-offs we're weighing. When we started thinking about applying to the Massachusetts School Building Authority for support, one of the things we really wanted to make clear is that there's trade-offs to any decision. Another route we could have taken would be to remove scope from the project, whether that means reducing the number of CTE programs or doing something else to scale back the vision. We've been committed to honoring the full vision of what the Madison Park community has been asking for without cutting those corners. But we want to make sure people understand this is the vision that we heard from you that we're trying to honor, and this is what it costs. we could have gone another route, but to bring the cost down, but it would have meant sacrificing part of what the community has been asking for. So we try to be as transparent and forthcoming as possible about what those trade-offs are, so people can understand how we arrived where we arrived.
Thank you. I also just want to acknowledge really quick the Davis Group. They're a young couple who did a lot of work. I'm not sure who hired them, but they were helping with the community engagement process. So I just want to acknowledge that there have been some investments made for White Stadium in particular for community engagement processes. So I just want to name that the Davis Group has been involved. I'm not sure who brought them in, but I know that the administration or some other group, but I do know that there's been some efforts made for other folks to help you all in that. I'm gonna there's just so many things that we have to unpack, and I don't think it's fair for me to keep you here any longer than what you need to be here. I'm going to ask my colleagues, you got one follow-up question.
Okay. I have a Madison Park High question. Do you know how many students this current year, Boston children, that we are paying for out-of-school districts because they were able to argue that they're attending now a vocational high school outside of Boston?
I don't have the exact number. We can certainly get you that information. My understanding, it's a pretty small number.
Yeah, and if we could go back to the beginning of when we first started allowing. And for those listening, if you're not aware, many families can, argue that Madison Park does not provide the education, vocational education that their child needs. Same as special ed students with IEPs. If you can argue that BPS is not going to provide your student with the necessary federally required academic offerings, that the school district has to pay for you for an out-of-school district. I know it's expensive per student. I mean, I'm happy for the students who are able to do that. I wish we were able to keep them all here, though, and I know that that is the plan, that Madison Park does get to a place where that would never happen. But not just for this year, if we could go back to the first time and all of the students so that we have a number, because I'd like to know how much we have spent as a city on students attending vocational high schools outside of Boston. Thank you.
I think it's a great question. Can I just respond?
Please.
I also just want to, like I said earlier, I want to make sure that we leave this hearing knowing that there are good things going on at Madison Park right now. I don't want anyone listening or watching to think that their kids shouldn't consider Madison Park as an option, because they should. Mm-hmm. There are folks who are graduating now, going into great careers. There are folks who are still there now who are working, and I would love to, at some point, to maybe have a council hearing to talk about the good things that are going on there now, so we can shed the light on it and we can continue to increase our enrollment.
Or if you could join us there, Councilor Flynn and I, you set it up, I know. I joined you, and we met with the new director of internships and making sure that we increase. He had been the previous electrician teacher and now is working with Mr. Neal, the principal, and I was very inspired by the new leadership. So hopeful that it gets better, and I know things take time, but as you know, if you're a student or a parent, you don't have time, right? So every year, every semester, every day at school matters, so we'd love, and hearings aren't always the best way, so maybe we could talk after, because if you would join us for a walkthrough there, because we were able to see a couple of the spaces, but it would be great to see other great things happening.
That'd be great. And just another plug, community meeting, the 28th on Madison Park.
Yeah, is that on Zoom or in person?
That's on Zoom?
On Zoom, on the request of the school leader.
And is it going to be muted, or people can speak freely? What's the setup? Just so that people can manage your expectations, because I've been to meetings where I'm like, why can't I speak?
People will be able to speak freely, and there'll be interpretation provided in all major languages at Madison.
Good job. Thank you.
And Councilor Murphy, I appreciate the mention of the growing internship program. I know it's a huge priority of the school leader to increase the number of students that are going out on co-op and participating in co-op opportunities. That number has already increased since his leadership, and is well on its way to continue to grow this year and next. And we're really excited to support him and the team in finding new industry partners to host Madison Park students.
Because as you know, the unions and the businesses out there, they want a partner, and anytime you see them, they're saying, how can you help me connect? So I'm glad that that's a priority there. Thank you.
Go ahead, Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, may I recommend, and I want to ask Chief Irish, if we arranged a meeting, a tour, another tour of Madison Park sometime over the next 2 or 3 weeks, inviting city councilors there. I've been there, as I mentioned, twice over the last month, but I think it's important for other city councilors that may or may not have been there in a while to visit, to see what is going on there. And as Councilor Murphy mentioned, as you mentioned, there are good things that are happening there, and they are our neighbors. These students that go there, they deserve an opportunity to get a great education, a great career, great training. But is that something, if we try to arrange a meeting, a tour rather, would you like to join us?
It would be my pleasure.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So I don't know what is happening, but I've gotten some emails from people that our emails are bouncing back. I think Councilor Weber, you flagged this for me earlier, right? So I'm gonna read something into the record just because I don't know. And let me just tell you that everything that you read needs to be confirmed and verified, right? So, but I'm gonna read this into the record. This is from Nathan Fulton, and let me see, he didn't mention the district that he lives in, but definitely asked a lot of questions, but I'm not gonna ask all these questions. But there is something that he flagged that I just wanted to just get some clarity around. He says, I'm writing in hopes that you can ensure my written testimony starting after the line of the dashes below, which, we'll get to, will be included in the record. I'm also hoping that either Julia Mejia or Ed Flynn can call attention to my principal concern, namely that inexplicitly the city allowed a firm founded by the husband of a BUSP controlling partner to be selected to lead the development of White Stadium, and that this highlights an important blind spot in the city's public-private partnership and conflict of interest rules. This literal marriage between the city's two counterparties in development introduces a myriad of conflict of interest concerns, which are amplified by the truly amazing coincidence that a 50-50 split project almost exactly doubled in total cost in the final innings. I enumerate, I hope I said it right, a number of questions in my written testimony, which are genuine questions I want answered, and which also help illustrate how this conflict of interest causes irreparable and incurable harm to the city's negotiating position, to the city's ability to provide oversight, and to the public's trust in the city's stewardship of public funds. There's a lot of questions here, but I think I'm going to forward these over to you all to put them in the record, because sorry, Nathan, I'm not doing all that. That's a lot of questions. But I'm just curious from a community engagement standpoint, because that's what you guys are here to talk about. When you are doing community engagement, do you talk to people about conflict of interest and kind of like transparency and what you all are doing to make sure that you're upholding the highest standard of, so that people won't question kind of like what we're just getting right now via email? Is that part of your, could that be part of your future presentations, just for say, I don't know.
I mean, that question, I'm not very clear on that question, but it sounds like a procurement, something around procurement, but I'm not very clear as to what the question's all about.
Yeah, I think that they're questioning whether or not the city has some involvement with a husband of somebody. I don't know who this is, but
no, I mean, our projects go through a very rigorous state public procurement process that's very transparent and competitive.
Okay. And I think that as part of the community engagement process, there should be some sort of dashboard. I mean, my dashboards, but that goes through, we've analyzed it for this. We, went through, we had 500 meetings, of which 80% of the people in attendance were direct abutters, right? I think that level of data would be really important, and an opportunity for us to figure out how we hold ourselves accountable to a community process. So, Chief Irish, I know you've been here for, different administrations, and I really value you and your work, and I know it's not easy to be on this opposite end, but know that I have so much respect and regard for you. And And, we as counselors also need to recognize that we are also accountable to these processes, right? And if there's anything that we can do to make these processes easier, whether it be through the budget process, maybe there might be some more people who can do community engagement. Like, this is your opportunity. I know we're not in budget season, but this example could give us an insight to how we can better serve community and think about things that we could have done differently. What would those things be? That's a question. What could we do differently the next time? And what type of skill, what type of capacity do you need to be set up for success?
Well, I'm not prepared to answer that at this moment, but I will definitely get back to you. And I appreciate the question and the offer as well.
I know. I don't want to put anything in writing. No, so just joking. I understand. Look, I'm just trying to.
No, we take no offense. We understand your role and the council's role.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help because you know what? I really want us to do things differently, and I don't know what I don't know. I'm not on your side, right? I'm not out in the. Well, I am out in these streets. I stay out in these streets doing the work, but I feel like you have a different level of responsibility and sensibility to what you're doing, right? So these are opportunities for us to figure out what is working and what's not and what we could be doing differently, because I think we're all accountable in stewarding these processes along in ways that everyone feels like they're being heard. So no more further questions for the administration unless y'all got any closing remarks. And now I'm going to ask if anyone has anybody here? We have public testimony. We have 6, believe it or not. So, Derek, I'm giving you an opportunity to have closing remarks.
Okay.
But like when I say closing remark, it's a minute.
Yeah, all right. I just want to thank everybody from the public sector, private. Everybody's got different circumstances and challenges. Thank you, everybody, for coming. I'm more encouraged personally, and particularly because of certain people's words, more so than others, but that's not to completely discount other people's words. It is to say that I think this is the first time since I'm aware that an RFP was written without any community concern or input, even though there are plenty of community members who know for instance, the White Stadium is where in this city. It's actually a sacred 20,000-year-old ridge. I'm Native American, where the Neponset and the so-called Charles River Basin meet. And for the last 20,000 years, when the Boston and the Harbor and the Drumlins and the Pudding Stone were formed, was the only place where you could stand and see the great blue hill for which the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is named, and the Atlantic Ocean, and the ecosystems of shellfish hatcheries in the South Bay and the Back Bay when they were there. 150 years before Roxbury and Dorchester residents bombarded the Roxbury Neck and other parts of peninsular Boston to pin down the most powerful organized professional army during the last Boston invasion of 1775, 250 years ago. That's a quarter of a millennium. And that park is so sacred. Before Olmsted discovered it and realized it and decided in that 500 or so acres that more would be less, leave it alone. And he also, it's no coincidence that it's at the border today of current neighborhoods that were previously were towns that were previously all part of colonial Roxbury and Dorchester to the Neponset River. And finally, it's in that very famous zone that everybody talks now, then hear about how it applies today, Mr. Weber, that triangular quadrant from Mass Ave to the Neponset River, between the orange line and the red, which is shaped like a pizza slice in a southwesterly direction, or for the younger folks, an upside down southwesterly Wi-Fi signal. All right. The southwest quadrant is the equivalent in this city of the Australian outback or the western frontier for manifest destiny, regardless of who lives there. It has been on ice, waiting to be thawed as a reinvestment zone for somebody's benefit And I submit that on planet Earth, it's one of the top 5 reinvestment gold mine zones. It includes, first, a lot of public land, including parkland, a lot of parkland. Thank you. Let me tell you, White Stadium is only 500 acres. You combine it across the street with the Forest Hill Cemetery and just across the Arborway with the Arboretum and others, it's not only sacred to the native people, it's not only where the city's only 2 drainage basins meet, it is the lungs of the city in the age of climate change. It is the only urban cumulative. Forget the project by project by project thing. I get it, that's what you do. It is the only cumulative urban defense for the city of Boston's air quality for miles. Fresh water, including those sources. The drummer. These are the types of things that nobody in the city got. You didn't ask neighbors, scientists, or anybody else to engage in the community and learn with the city of Boston. Not be taught by the city of Boston administration that does not know where it is. In place and in time, I assure you of that. So, going forward, I don't know. But let's take a clue. This is 2025, January of 2025, which means it is literally 2 months short of the 250th anniversary of the siege of Boston, Mr. Flynn. You know what that means. I know what that means. Gene and others know what that means. And I just want to say, we're running out of time for ourselves to be split amicably. When people say things like, oh, the lawsuit's frivolous, is Gene McGuire frivolous? When people say, oh, I just think people just aren't paying attention as a way of dismissing community input from engagement. Or more recently, oh, $29 million sounds like children's fiction. Or whatever that response was, that little brief response about how the Conservancy, which has better things to do with the money that it costs, by the way, than the city's job of providing a written professional alternative, Mr. Weber. Why don't you do one? So we'll have 3, okay? So my point is, we don't have to agree on everything, but we are definitely going to have to agree on a participatory, ethical process before a hair gets touched on that stadium, or it will be direct action time for some of us. And I can explain myself very clearly to anyone who needs to know why that happened. All right, thanks. Because I'm tired of being shut out of process. So you're going to be introduced to someone else's process.
Direct action.
Well, I'm not at a liberty to answer that.
It's an organizing. Direct.
I'm not at a liberty to answer that, but you can rest assured that I'm serious.
Yeah. So just so guys, so everybody who's paying attention, direct action is really more around organizing, like people really leaning in and, yeah. It's a term that.
1 minute for everybody?
You too?
Yeah, you said 1 minute for closing. That's the only reason I stayed and listened to it. Stayed and listened to this story.
Okay, you can go. Hold on 1 second. I'd like to give the administration an opportunity if you have any closing remarks. If you don't, you are more than welcome to go.
No, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, councilors.
Thank you.
So, before they get out, because they might want to respond to this, no truer terms or words have been spoken, then there's the issue between quality and quantity. While they refer to the Friends of Madison, who've been engaged for more than 13 years in literally keeping the doors of Madison Park High School open and stopping the destruction of programs, it hasn't changed. Of course, even to the day, we had to argue with the people who not engage us and involve us in their decision-making, but always had to respond and react to decisions they made, that they should not take programs out to school because their programs were removing things like auto mechanic and body works and things of that nature, which define the jobs and opportunities in our community. So when they say they've met with us, it's not the same thing, they worked with us. And so in meeting with us and not working with us, we've gotten to the stage where they've decided, a decision was made, but not by the community and by the people who have been engaged for the last 13 years, but they decided that they wanted to have the plan that they sent forward. They decided to create the course that you see before you that makes it untenable to move forward with Madison Park. It was not a community joint decision-making process, and that's what you have to be aware of. Without there being a joint decision-making process, you get bad decisions. There's nothing that has come up from the people we hired, the professionals, to tell us that we could not move forward with building Madison Park High School, that the due diligence that was necessary in order to move the students without causing disruption to the school had not been performed. And when we met with them, we explained to them that they can move forward. The professional architects and the professional left field people explained to them that the same $100 million that they wanted to put into Franklin Park White Stadium, if it had been applied to the $538 million that was available in the bond, they could build Madison Park. The same diligence and commitment they have for giving a private company a gift of $100 million should have been applied to making the school that's needed in the city of Boston a better school. I think that we need to go forward with understanding the truth. Few, if any, of the black community has been involved or informed of anything. You can't point, and they can't point out to me, anybody in Roxbury that has been informed that this park is now closed down, that fencing is going up. I run the largest community organization for 47 years, and no direct notice has gone to anyone from Seaver Street to Martin Luther King Boulevard. But yet they feel like they're doing their due diligence and coming here to say to you they've informed people. They've told no one about this meeting for the 28th. Who are they going to have a meeting with? You won't ask the question, but I'm required to ask the question because I represent people who live there, whose lives have been there. They've given up fortunes to be there because they have nowhere else to go. So I asked you to please respect the fact that we pay your salary, respect that you represent our interests, but never take it for granted when they tell you something. That's the end of the issue.
Okay, Louis, I have to start acting like I'm the chair here. Stop it. When I say 1 minute, that's it. And you know what? I let y'all go because you know what? I know what it's like when people don't want to hear what I gotta say. And I hate to do to people what people do to me all the time. So, I know. You're done with the mic. You can put the rest in writing. I'm the boss of this. Karen, you back? You just went.
Dr. McGuire would like to say something.
Okay.
How do we get enough lifeguards? Madison Park has a baby pool, a diving pool, a swimming pool, and a rowing pool. That's why you can row a boat in there. It's one of the jobs that every forest, every park in Massachusetts looks for every year. They want people who will take the tests, Parks and Recreation, and become our lifeguards for every park, every forestry, lake, every swimming pool under what used to be empty was the DCR and the Department of Conservation. I want all of you to work on helping us get our Madison Park High School staffed with enough money so that those buildings can be open 24/7, 365 days a year. It's a jewel, and it's not used.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Counselor Flynn. Wait, hold up. Let me start this over. This is closing remarks, everybody. No more questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to put a question on the record. I know you probably have a running list of questions that you're going to send to
Central
administration.
Staff does.
Could I add one more question? This was texted to me by a friend at Madison Park High School. Is it all right if I read it into the record and maybe we can get a...
Absolutely.
Okay. It just says, Counselor, the person's name, active in the Madison Park High School community. What does it mean to move the project forward as you're applying for MSBA? Exactly what does that mean? So I just want to get an idea, and I'll get back to this constituent. So I wanted to get that question on the record. Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me an extra minute.
Yeah, and so thank you for that. What I'm going to do, just so that everybody, we're going to go to public testimony. Karen, you're good, right? You already spoke.
I'd love 1 more minute.
You are really, really pushing it right now because we have people who have been waiting on
I can wait
Zoom.
for them. I can wait for them.
Okay, thank you. So what I was just going to just add really quick is that I think what I'm going to do that's going to be different is all of the questions that we have, I am going to submit them as 17Fs because we're not going to wait and hope and pray that we get some answers in the normal way that we do things. So we're going to start changing the way we do business so that we can get the answers that people are seeking. So every question that went unanswered here, just so the administration knows, we're going to file official 17Fs, and all of the questions that we have are going to be notified publicly through that process, because this is what this moment is asking us to do, and we need to be as aggressive as this time is calling for so that we can get the answers that are in the hearts and minds of folks that we serve. So I'm going to go to public testimony, and then Karen, you can go, and then I will end with my closing remarks, unless Councilor Weber, you're going to stay here for public testimony? You don't have, okay. Look at you. I just want to acknowledge D6 Councilor Weber, who has stayed here throughout the entire time. And let me just tell you, it is not easy to be the voice that brings the other perspective, oftentimes when people are in a room full of people who don't want to hear it. And I just want to say you've done such an amazing job at trying to balance the conversation and making sure that you're giving voice to everybody. So I just want to acknowledge you, Councilor Weber. It is not an easy thing to do. I don't give a lot of compliments, and when I do, it is sincere and genuine. I just want to say thank you for the way that you have shown up here for District 6, and just how you've held space for everybody. So I just want to acknowledge how hard it is to be you, because I'm always the other side. All right, so we're going to go to, and don't get jealous, Flynn and Murphy, because y'all my buddies too. Okay, so let's go to Zoomville. We have Ethan. We have how many people?
Hello, Counselor.
Hey.
Thank you for this extraordinary hearing. It's very hard to follow up what everyone said. My name is Ethan Carr. I'm a professor at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. I've written a book about Franklin Park. I've worked in public parks for 30 years in park planning. And what I'd really like to point out is that Franklin Park is a Boston landmark. Not the stadium, but the entire 500-acre park. And as a result, when you have a $200 million project proposed for a city landmark, that is one of the most important design landscapes in the United States, and in fact in the country, comparable to Central Park and Prospect Park in New York. What is best practice from a park planning point of view, from a historic preservation point of view? In other words, there are communities, we've all discussed the communities of people living around the park, as we should, but there also is a larger community of people who are defending Franklin Park because it is an irreplaceable resource. It's one of the most important historic landmarks in Boston, easily. And best practice simply has not been followed. And I wanted that to be part of the record. There were some people on Boston Landmarks Commission, apparently, who understood this and resigned, which was actually showing a great deal of integrity. But the problem is that that process best practice simply has not been followed in any sense in terms of professional park planning or in terms of historic preservation. And the City Council should be aware of that. And not enough has been made of it because there are other far more important voices to be heard. It's very hard to follow up Louis, Elisa, and Derek, but because they made these points already in a very much more powerful way. But I wanted to point that out as well. And finally, for the counselor who suggested that that the comparison to the mid-20th century decisions at Franklin Park is not appropriate, it's entirely appropriate. In the mid-20th century, Franklin Park was looked upon as simply a vacant site to redevelop, and that reflected the racist attitudes of the day. Today, this is the same attitude we see. Franklin Park is being looked at as a place, as a site for development. As Sarah so aptly put it, Franklin Park is not simply a site to be developed. Franklin Park is a landmark, a great resource for the communities around it, and one of the most important historic resources in Boston. And so stewardship of that park is an important factor that should be considered here. It's not just a site for redevelopment, and that does reflect mid-20th century attitudes. I'm not suggesting we're going back to the mid-20th century. Rather, I'm suggesting that perhaps, at least in Boston, some things don't change. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for bearing with me and giving me a moment to put something into the record.
Do you live in Boston?
I do not. I live in Amherst because I teach here.
Okay.
I
Thank
have
you
written
for
a
your
book about
investment.
Franklin Park, and I've worked in Boston parks as well as New York parks and the National Park System. But I'm not a resident, so that my voice has to be qualified.
No, I was just wondering because, I love to see when people who aren't directly impacted still caring about this issue. So I just want to say
I'm
thank
directly
you.
impacted. I've written books about Frederick
I know, I'm
Holmes.
so excited. I'm glad that you came through. No, for real. I really do appreciate your voice here.
And there's a
It matters.
larger community of people who are directly impacted because they are advocates and lovers of the landscape legacy of 19th century American parks. And Franklin Park is one of three, I would argue, of the most important examples of that legacy. It's not just significant for Boston, it's significant nationally. And many people would argue, myself included, if you read my book, internationally.
Yeah, thank you. I'm so glad that you came through, and I'm so sorry that we made you wait so long, but I'm so glad that we were able to get your
And my
testimony
compliments on an extraordinary hearing. Very well run. And I sat through the whole thing because it was worth sitting through.
Wow, so it was entertaining too. Okay. I'm so glad. Okay, Derek, I got the control over here, okay? All right. Ethan, that was great. Eliza. All right. I'm very impressed that people stayed through all day, online and in the chamber. This is like a record. Eliza.
Yes, Counselor.
There you
6 plus.
go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Counselor. Good. I had originally good afternoon. It's really good evening now. Good night. My name is Lisa Cagua McAllister, and I'm a parent at the O'Brien School of Math and Science. As a neighbor and supporter and a butter of Madison Park, I really appreciate the questions raised by panelists and testimonies about true community process regarding the Malcolm X complex. When I attended a Madison Park community meeting in 2023, I learned that the Friends of Madison Park had indeed asked the city to have both Madison Park and the O'Brien at the table when considering the renovation of the complex. The city refused and essentially isolated both schools through their process. I also learned that while the city was telling Madison at the time that the O'Brien would need to move to West Roxbury in order for the work of MP to move forward, Friends of Madison Park had in fact advocated for the opposite, that they had from the beginning requested a vertical expansion to Madison Park that would not displace the O'Brien. The city had de facto chosen to pit two neighboring and coexisting schools against each other and against their wishes. When pressed on all sides, the city and district finally did step away from moving the O'Brien to West Roxbury and shared that the O'Brien could in fact stay and be revitalized at the existing site on Malcolm X. So why is the city not addressing that site holistically for the benefit of both schools? Why is it that there was money for a major renovation and rebuild of a sinking building at the West Roxbury site, but there's no money for improvements to the Malcolm X Boulevard complex, not even for Madison Park? It just looks like money can be found for West Roxbury or a private stadium and not for schools in Roxbury. I'm sad to say that in general, my experience echoes what has been shared tonight regarding community meetings. These meetings hosted by the city and district are characterized by the city and leaders basically bullying us, talking at us, and leaving the community minimal, if any, opportunity to say anything, much less truly be listened to. Finally, there's a lack of transparency of the city and district, even in small ways, which have nothing to do with the complexity of finding millions of dollars. For example, we begged the city and BPS to co-host in-person or virtual forums with the O'Brien community, but they refused. They promised to update us on Madison Park, but they have not done so. They had promised our school both the results and anonymized data of the community survey of the O'Brien regarding our building, but a year later, we have yet to see the data or the report. These small actions contribute to the general ethos of mystery that the city and BPS maintain, and which communicates a level of disrespect for school communities in Roxbury. If we can't even get data from a simple survey, what hope can we have of fair and transparent budgeting that prioritizes the needs and wishes of city children and residents? My hope is that Madison Park is not told to sit down and be quiet and wait your turn in 5 years or more, like the O'Brien has been. Please let Madison Park move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I haven't gone through the process with the O'Brien community in regards to that move, and it just feels like we keep using the same playbook. as it relates to decisions, right? And it makes us feel like we have to do this because if we don't do it, then we don't get anything. That is just not the way that I think people feel pressured to pick a side or fight for this and fight for that. So I do appreciate your comments there. All right, so Pamela King is still around, y'all. Y'all remember Pamela King, right? Does your audio work?
Yes, it's working.
Oh my gosh. Go ahead, Miss Pamela King. I don't know what to do with you, but I'm going to give you 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay.
Can we see you or no? You still can't fix that?
Oh, I'm good right now.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I would like to address Councilor Weber's summary of letters, and it might not have been a summary, but he said that he had a letter of support for White Stadium soccer team, and the supporter was confident that the city was going to solve the traffic problems. And solving the traffic problems before you say you're in support would be, to me, a wiser move. The idiocracy of supporting White Stadium without solving the traffic problem is idiotic, okay? I'd like to say that the hundreds of construction jobs that someone mentioned from the construction or reconstruction of White Stadium is of small benefit to Boston residents. We, due to the Office of Workforce Development's flagrant failure to find developers and contractors for violations of the Boston Residency Jobs Ordinance, to the extent that only one developer contractor has ever been fined since the creation of the Boston Residence Jobs Policy Ordinance, which was revised in 2017. So that, we know 7 years from 2017. So at this point, we're at the point where failure to hire enough Boston residents to satisfy the city ordinance requirement is facing an appalling acceptance of falsifying of developer contract reports, where they're reporting 40% of the Boston construction jobs are held by people of color. I think that they are able to write these, and everybody can walk by and say that there are no people of color on 98% of the jobs. I think Roxbury Prep is the only one that really, you walk by there and you see people of color. So for our monitors, our compliance monitors for the Boston Residence Jobs Policy to not be able to take time if some developer gives you a report when you're there at the job site, or maybe they're faxing them in, but we need to go by and see where these 40% of people of color are working. And the exact story that the man from the construction trade said, where black laborers are working 3 or 4 weeks and then dismissed. And so this is something that has to be solved. Every compliant effort that we have must be solved. We must get help for all of the black construction workers that man who testified earlier in this hearing, we need to contact him, find all these black construction workers who are working 3 and 4 weeks and then being laid off. And the jobs bank is not doing that. And nobody's going to call the jobs bank and say, "Oh, I got laid off." These construction guys are suffering. They're suffering when they get laid off like that. I know one. So this has to be solved at the level of the Boston Employment Commission.
All right.
Taking charge.
Pamela,
Okay.
I gave you extra time because you.
Thank you.
That's right. You're welcome.
Okay, I believe in you.
I believe in you too. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. She's the last one. So I want to utilize I want to read somebody's email into the record. This is from Jonathan Alves. He was on Zoom. He showed up at 2. He also had a hard time because, we ran over, and he wrote an email saying now it's after 6 with no indication in sight that anyone on the Zoom will be able to testify. And unfortunately, I need to depart. So I want to read his testimony into the record because it's important for us to recognize that everybody has a voice, and when people are trying to participate, we also need to hold ourselves accountable to a process. So in the interest, Jonathan, of making sure that your voice is heard, I'm going to read your email into the record. For the record, I believe that this is an important project for the City of Boston, a generational opportunity for the City of Boston residents, businesses, BPS schools, and women. While not perfect, and he puts in quotation marks, no project is, the upside of this private-public partnership project is enormous. I am happy that it's moving forward, and I am confident that the ownership group will continue to solicit community feedback to ensure everyone's benefit. On a side note, I'd be happy to provide a more detailed testimony if the topic presents itself in the future. But if part of the issue is, quote unquote, that the public process is broken, which you heard a lot of today, I think we need to look at how hearings are managed moving forward as to ensure everyone has the opportunity to testify. Specifically, folks adhere to the time limit when speaking. Thank you again for your time and for calling this hearing. Kind regards, Jonathan Alves, Vice President of the Blackstone / Franklin Square NA, Board Member of the South End Business Alliance, alum of the soccer, President of the South End Unity Project, and co-chair of Unity Ball. I just wanted to acknowledge you, Jonathan, and again, apologize for your inability to join us, but I thought in the spirit of the process, I wanted to make sure that I, at very least, created an opportunity for your voice to be heard. And I take your feedback with a lot of humility, because I tried to model a behavior here that allowed space for people who have been literally holding on to so much as it relates to this particular project. And I think that if folks felt that they weren't heard in community meetings or Zooms, or they were put on silent, it was my hope that people who did show up to speak could speak and be as fully expressed as they needed to be, because just because rules are in place doesn't necessarily mean that those rules actually really work in the way that they are intended to. So sometimes we cause unintended harm to folks because we're trying to uphold structures that really don't meet this particular moment. So, Karen, I know you wanted to say something, and I'm going to give you 1 minute to say it.
Thank you very much. In the effort to try to have some real community dialogue and opportunity for the discussion of the alternative that the Conservancy has put forward, we have a public meeting we've scheduled for February 6th from 6 to 8 at the Lena Park Community Center. We encourage all of those that are interested in looking at a more affordable, fully public alternative to come. We'd love to hear your feedback. Tell us what you'd like to see different or changed. I also really appreciate Councilor Mejia and others, you making the space for this today. There's a lot to go through, and I would really appreciate that you started to talk about the RFP process, because I believe that that was one of the places that there wasn't public decision making. Our public assets and the disposal and use, lease of those public assets is vital to protecting our citizens' rights. And one of the things that we are very, I've been very concerned about is that RFP, and I think we heard today that there was a project proponent that approached the city. That RFP was issued, I think, 2 years after conversations started with those folks, based on public statements and things that have been in the Globe. So what we know is that, who is involved and who is the table in those beginning decisions, and how that RFP is issued. And there was one response, and I don't know how much there was really a desire to make space for other opportunities. But also fundamentally, I don't know if the public, and certainly not the Franklin Park Action Plan, ever discussed the concept of a lease or public-private partnership, or the addition of a new professional team that would displace the football teams. Thank you.
All right. Okay. All right, that's it. There's no more public testimony. No one is going to say anything. I am going, what? in the world? Did you sign up? No, I did not. Oh, so you're just going to raise your hand and think you're going to speak? There is a formal process here, which I never abide by any rules, so go ahead. Hurry up, Janice. Don't get... I let everybody speak. Go ahead, Janice.
It's Janice McManus. I just heard about this meeting yesterday, and I came over today. I came to the Commonwealth to work. I'm from New Jersey. One of my jobs here was working at the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in the Department of Vocational and Technical Education. The Madison Park School is missing a lot. It could be #1 in the country. That complex could be so much, and it's not. And this discussion went on for many years. There should be opportunities for high school students and adults to learn anything they want, almost any time of the day, and that has been missing. I visited other schools in the Commonwealth. I've heard about other schools in the country, and I think it's time to step up to the plate so that the citizens of this city deserve an education where at one time people had to pay. It wasn't very profitable, and then they had to do something else with their lives. In terms of Franklin Park and the trees, who knows what that's going to do? When you take away trees, you take away rain, you take away water. We have to think about consequences of things and what's going to happen 40 years from now. So that's just my brief talk. And
Thank you,
I'm sorry
Janice. Thank you.
Outside you go.
All right. I can't believe people actually like this hearing today. So much so that people are still here. And I think his name was Evan, stayed the whole entire day watching us. So I wanted to end with just kind of, I'm going to gavel us out, but I wanted to just put a few things on the record. It's important for us to understand what the next steps are. So our next city council meeting is on January the 29th. What I'm going to do is I'm going to work with with central staff to identify whether or not we can actually even file a resolution in regards to White Stadium, because allegedly there's some things at play that will prevent us from potentially bringing it onto the floor. So my commitment is to do some look and see before I make these grand gestures. Well, I'm going to do this, and then legally I can't. So I'm going to find out before I get pushed out of here whether or not I could do that. If we could, I'll be bringing up the resolution for both Madison Park and White Stadium onto the floor for council votes. So then that way, to Councilor Flynn's recommendation and other folks who have suggested, that way we know where we stand and we know what power we have, if any, to move things forward, and people can have that public discourse on the 29th. So to all my colleagues who weren't here today, know that you're gonna have to potentially take a vote, so just get ready for it. That's number one. Number two, I'm going to be filing 17F. 17F is like a request for information. It's public records. Normally what we do is we ask the administration questions like this during public hearings, and then it takes maybe 2 or 3 or 4, maybe 6 months or 2 years to get any information back. So what we're going to do this time around is that this public hearing, what we're going to do is assess all of the questions that have come up that were unanswered by the administration, and we're going to file an official 17F so that we're going to submit that to the administration, and they have, I think, 2 weeks? They have 7 days to reply, so that we will have an official record that we can work with to help us make some decisions around both Madison Park and White Stadium. So that's 2 that's coming out of our committee. And then 3, I think it's really important for us to continue having the conversation. I've heard some things around some discrepancies around landmark, and I think that it's important for us to have hearings like this, because in these spaces, we hear things, and if we hear them, we can't ignore them. And so now we have an opportunity to really do a little bit of digging into the landmarks situation, because I think that that's also an area of transparency that needs a little bit of attention. So I'll be working alongside whoever wants to cause good trouble with me to file that hearing order so that we can host that hearing with landmarks and we can have a better understanding of that dynamic. Because if there is an issue there, we need to uncover it. And I'll end with this, right? The committee that I chair that I fought to establish, and thank you to Councilor Flynn because you were the president of the council when you allowed me to establish this committee, is called Government Accountability, Transparency, and Accessibility. And I want to read it into the record for those folks who are listening so that you understand why we had this hearing in my committee today. So the hearing, this committee shall concern itself with evaluating the efficiency, effectiveness, and accessibility of city budget, operations, programs, including administrative compliances with legislative intent, and and administrative regulations of departments, agencies, programs. Okay, so a lot of the things that we talked about here today was the efficiency of whether or not community engagement was actually working, right? We looked at the budget and kind of how decisions were being made as it relates to White Stadium and Madison Park. Second, the committee may review established goals and objectives, collect and analyze data, and report to the council with recommendations, including possible legislative and programmatic changes based on its review and analysis. That means that the time that we spent together here today, while it may have felt like an eternity, this is an opportunity for us to see what is working and what is not. In my committee, my job is to work alongside my council colleagues to get this right, now and for the future. This committee shall further concern itself with examining municipal financial statements, bonds, credit reports, internal fiscal control, and risk management procedures, thus ensuring public funds and assets are managed responsibly and effectively. Okay, I just want to really reiterate that because I had to, and so the committee shall exercise oversight with respect to the auditing department and the Boston Finance Commission. While those are the only two departments that technically fall under my committee, the scope of work that belongs in this committee is really about being the checks and balances to the administration. It is about making sure that we have a formal process to hold ourselves accountable to the taxpayers and to the people that we serve. So I really want you all to understand that this particular hearing has set the stage for what a real community engagement process needs to look like when we're making decisions that impact your dollars and your life. So trust that as the committee chair of the Government Accountability, Transparency, and Accessibility Committee, I'm going to do that work alongside each and every one of you, because accessibility is all about making sure that you have access, right, and a seat at the table and a voice in every single decision that we make. And that is my commitment to you. And with that,